Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
We're doing Digimon today. It is the weekend, and we are puttering around with figuring out how the talent system works. Hey, Astro Kitty. We are going to need to figure out what the hell is going on with this stuff. I have a suspicion that this works very differently than it did in the previous game, but I'm not actually sure on that. I feel like it's gotta though, right? This is
much appreciated.
Amazing that I'm
Everyone.
sitting on top of a freaking spider. Okay, so our goal right now is to do what? You absolutely need... Your special move is Rolling Tackle. Is that a physical attack? Because Rolling Tackle sure sounds like a physical attack. It sure do be. So you have a absolutely garbage attack for your actual there. So let's this is a very cute Digimon. We are definitely pulling you out of this. Did we go to which this is Barnaclemon, right? Okay, Barnaclemon's going back down to Ryudamon. You are the one who was Ryudamon, right? Or were you not? You were, probably. This is something that we probably just got from somebody else. I'm just gonna look at my farm and see who else is there. I think Barnaclemon was you. Okay. So you can immediately Digivolve if you want. This requires 460 defense, which is probably what we're going to want to do. But for now, let's move you over here. You don't have terribly good base stats. You'd have slightly better attack power if I was specialized into it, but that's fine.
You got it. Ready to launch.
Yeah, and you're specifically weak against everything that I'm fighting, so I should... Okay, and you're back in good form. Whoops. You're back in good form. Let's see how much damage you do at level 1 on an enemy that you... Yeah. That checks out. That checks out. You're... It's okay. Yeah. Sure thing, buddy. Okay, we're gonna blow this up. And we're gonna blow this one up.
Here goes.
Luckily, we do have 2 people who are going to be able to do good damage to those. Okay, so Barnaclemon has given us another copy of Acceleration Boost as well, which is nice. Oops. Okay, you're not Digivolving right now. We have 47 talent on you. We're popping into this just because I want to see what it is. Oh. The hell are you? Why do you look so identical? So this is an AoE. You're a slightly slumped version of somebody else. Alright, so you're slouching now, but that's fine. We're gonna pick a fight with you. And Gold Applemon, I think I am going to replace you with Demi Ravenlock, who is very strong against things that we're fighting right now. In theory... Nope. Yes, base Greymon versus fitness Greymon. That's true. Look, it's like, God, what would be the way to describe it? Like,
Much appreciated.
Greymon before and after, like, finishing school. Learning to, like, stand up straight, you know? Getting whacked a bunch by nuns. Okay, so we're now going to go back down to Ryudomon, because I'm not particularly interested in your whole deal. What is... It's nice that I can at least see the things here now. It would be really nice if I could see them on the one that I'm currently in. Like, that would be a nice quality of life improvement. So, like, if I do this, it'll tell me what I can learn, which is nice. Attack charge at level 15 is a crazy thing that I do not need. Okay, we're gonna go until we can get you, maybe? Or maybe we'll go until we can get you first. Let's go until we can get this one first. Wait, is that actually true? I thought that was a joke. Wait. I mean, are those supposed to be training bands, or is that just supposed to be, like, to make it look more humanoid? Because, I mean, it is standing up straighter, so it's got a more human posture, so it makes sense that it's wearing clothes. I mean, this looks more like fetish gear than training bands, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that huge buckle, like, what...
Do it! Ready to launch.
I don't know why I associate buckles with training gear, but... Or sorry, buckles with fetish gear.
Here goes. Stampede, go!
Oh, Jesus. Why was I healing some people for 999? That's crazy. Fetish Greymon. Oh yeah!
There! Ready to go.
Okay, that's pretty funny. I actually love the delivery on that so well because it really sounds like they're saying holy shit. I mean, it doesn't when they actually say shot, but as they go holy sh, it immediately is like, oh, I know how this sentence finishes. And then it doesn't finish that way. Wait, are you flying? Can I? If I ride on you, can I also fly? Oh my, you're so fast though. Wait, they have different speeds? They have different movement speeds. Holy shit. This changes everything. How much damage do you do if I run into somebody? Oh, that's actually pretty good. It only hit one target, but that's pretty good. I could just run into people. I don't need to do this. I have somebody who will kill like everything. Oh, never mind. You won't. Oh. Holy shot! I'm gonna need to... That's pretty funny. I do think it's interesting how, like, they have, like...
Do it. Ready to
They
go.
do not care in the slightest about being like, okay, this Digimon with slightly different posture is just this whole new Digimon now. Like, I respect the hustle, actually. I respect it. If they didn't have such strong designs, I would not respect it. Like, I do think that there's two angles that you can go with for, like, collection with regards to this kind of stuff. And I feel like the idea of going like, okay, well, we're gonna have a really strong design and then we're gonna sell you 5 copies of it. I'm not gonna lie, I think that works better than having
I'm sorry. You got it.
having a bunch of
Ready to
weak
go.
designs where it's just like you're not like touching on a thing, like, I don't know, like,
Heck yeah.
like if you look at my party right now, right? Alright, let's look at every Digimon that I have right now, okay? This is a sea monster that everybody wants, right? Everybody would love to have this sea monster as a pet, okay? This is very cool. This is very Gyarados coded, but Gyarados is like a more aggro version. This is like the sleek and cool, right? So Gyarados, top tier design. I love the design on Gyarados. This Digimon, also top tier design. I prefer the aesthetic on this because I prefer the less aggro, like, you know, God of the Sea element. I like that. It's cool. But like, regardless, like, there's a degree of parity there. But think about this for a second, because these are just the Digimon that I've just randomly got in my party right now. Rabbitmon, I just randomly evolved into this. And this is basically a badass T-Rex with a skull helmet with horns and shit, right? Like, this is a very, like, every kid wants a pet dinosaur, right? Are there 100 different ways that I can get a pet dinosaur in this game? Yes. Is that a bad thing? How could that possibly be a bad thing? That's an amazing thing. So, next. This is literally both a unicorn and a Pegasus. Okay? Yeah, Cubone, if Cubone was a badass dinosaur. And think about that for a second, because I'm cooking with a thing here, okay? I'm talking about a specific thing here, right? This is a Pegasus and a unicorn. These are both things that every child who watched My Little Pony wants, okay? This is just a fact about our world, and even the ones that didn't watch My Little Pony, and so they don't know that unicorns can teleport. Did you know that unicorns can teleport? Unicorns can fucking teleport, man. That's canon. Specifically to My Little Pony. But that shit's canon to somewhere. Anyway, so this is a very strong design from the perspective of what is desirable before anyone has touched the game. We're going to the next one. This is a goth dog with a bunch of fucking swords attached to it. Okay? Who amongst us has not desired to have a goth dog with swords attached to it? Okay, I'm not selling this one quite as well. This is not quite as, like, what's the word? Iconic, one might say. But it is basically a hellhound, and hellhounds are in fact quite iconic, okay? Now, I say it's basically a hellhound. Doesn't look like any hellhound I've ever seen, but it is clearly like a hellhound, right? And it is a very strong design. It's got the 4 bat wings, whatever, right? But anyway, everyone wants a dog. Therefore, this is another thing that every child desires to have as a pet. Okay, this is a baby, so it doesn't count. But it's, I don't know, a samurai or something. Look, this looks really cool in its next evolution, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Which, by the way, is another thing that... And this is a fucking spider. Okay? This is not only a spider, this is clearly a yokai spider. Right? Is it an armored raptor? It has hair. I don't think this is an armored raptor. This is an armored something. Look, this thing would fit in Pokemon. This form of it, this could be a Pokemon. Okay, this is like a Kangaskhan, right? Like that's what this is. This is like a Kangaskhan. It's not a bad design. But it's a baby. This grows up into a really strong design. Anyway, point being, this is a perfectly fine and reasonable design. All the babies, honestly, are fine. They don't have their designs are not that crazy. Like they don't look that amazing. They just look they're just babies, right? And this isn't a baby. This is a kid or whatever. But whatever. You're right, yeah. And this is a yokai spider. Great idea. It's literally pulling its hair with its front legs. This is clearly like a yokai or a ghost spider. That's very cool, right? Like, who amongst us has not wanted a yokai spider as a pet? Now, the reason that I say that is because, like, if you think about, like, what is Cubone? Cubone is a very cute and a very cool design. It is not an iconic genre of pet that a person would want to have as a kid. No one has dreamed of having a Cubone as a pet until Nintendo gave us a Cubone. Right? So every design that you're going with in Pokemon... Also, did I say hey to live forever and ever? I don't think I did. Hi, live forever and ever. How's it going?
Great.
Every design that they do in Pokemon needs to stand on its own 2 feet in a way that, like, they have to make it iconic, and they really they really struggle to. You can't make like you can't make 800 Pokemon that are all iconic and unique to your brand. A unicorn is an iconic creature. It's not unique to Digimon's brand, right? Like even this variant on it, right? Like you could maybe make an argument that like the fact that the unicorn thing is a mask, right? That component of it is a mask, but like is like unique to their brand, but I'm sure people have done that 1,000 times before, okay? This is something that people have done before, but it's an excellent choice, right? People have done it before, but not a lot, and this is a very specific, strong design, right? Like, this particular design does not look generic. They're pulling on a mythological history of cool designs that people have made throughout history, rather than just being like, okay, well, if we don't own the silhouette, I don't want to fuck with that. If the silhouette is something that I don't own, pass me with that, is the way that Nintendo thinks. The silhouette of that creature is not a trademark of Digimon. It looks like the silhouette of this this is not a silhouette that is unique. It's a character design that's unique. This doesn't look like any real dinosaur quite, but it looks very similar to, like, I'm trying to think of what those things are called. It's not Triceratops. There's another thing that has like a less spiked frill that I'm thinking of. Like, it looks very similar to a baby version of that, right? Is what I would describe. Which is also very funny because this is like a champion era, and it does look like a juvenile. If they scaled this down in size, this could very easily be a rookie. I would actually prefer if they had more rookies that look a bit like this, honestly. I guess they have Armadillomon, which is pretty similar. Maybe they don't need a rookie that looks like this. Just because Armadillomon, they probably have a couple that look. It's so fast.
Ready to go.
Anyway. I'm gonna struggle to not introduce
Heck yeah.
my friends' kids to Digimon when I go visit.
There.
Just because I know that they're going to want to make me play Pokemon, and I'm gonna be like, but they haven't done anything interesting in
Here goes.
20 years. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm gonna be visiting some friends this Christmas. I'm looking forward to it. I'll have all sorts of fun with
Heck yeah.
the Pokemon children. But yeah, I am definitely a Digimon convert. I'm just gonna say, like, I've definitely been like, I get it. I respect the hustle. The thing is that, like, the best Pokemon game that was made recently wasn't made by the Pokemon studio, right? And
You got it. Ready to launch.
you can tell, right? Like, the Legends Arceus was a very, very strong game. Their decision to allow you to catch Pokemon without having to fight them was an amazing decision that should have been made like 1,000 years ago, but because they designed Safari Zone so badly, like, everyone was not into the idea, and they didn't want to, like, upgrade, like, any of their visuals or any of their mechanics, like, not like the combat mechanics, which it's fine to not want to change your combat mechanics. It's like a competitive game. It's like you want reverse compatibility, things like that. You don't need to change the combat mechanics. But they didn't want to change, like, anything. And so, like, even when they made Scarlet and Violet, I was so shocked that Scarlet and Violet, which were made in the same engine as Legends Arceus, didn't let me catch Pokemon by throwing Pokeballs at the back of their head. That was crazy to me. That was, like, such a strange creative choice that just boggles the mind. But the thing is that for them, it wasn't a creative choice. For them, it was just, wait, you expect us to do literally anything other than what we've already done? No, we won't do that. Someone else built the engine for us, and we're going to do the most generic Pokemon shit we can possibly do within that engine. Why would someone want to interact with Pokemon in, like, a non-combat way? Let's see.
Much appreciated.
So there's no way that was made by the actual Pokemon team then, right? Are all the Legends games made by different companies that are just better at making video games?
Everyone,
Is that the like? Is that the through line? Is that all of the Legends series are things that I should look at because somebody else made them?
do it.
Because if that's the case,
Launch.
I'm willing to check it out.
Here goes. Sunbeam blow.
On the side flash. We did it.
Let's see. We did it.
That one. Ready to go.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I actually will.
Holy shot.
I love the holy shot. I will have to see about converting the Childer to
Sunbeam blow.
Side flash.
Digimon fans.
Holy shot.
My poor friend, who also my friend really likes Pokemon. Like, there's a reason that their kid likes Pokemon. Okay, but they just don't know. They just don't know. They just don't know what they're missing. There we go. Okay, so that thing that I was saying about how every child wants all of these designs. And they're absolutely just classic designs that everybody, as a child, wanted to have as a pet. Okay? Look at this fucking thing. Now, the problem is that I know that I've wanted one of these ever since I was a small child. It looks a little sillier in this than it usually does. I think its head normally feels like it's a bit more elongated, so it's not quite as strong. But the This thing looks so freaking cool, and is like this is an iconic design, but I couldn't tell you where it's from. I can't tell you where this is from, but this style of creature is some legendary spirit creature of some sort that I remember from my childhood, and I can't tell you where it's from, but I can tell. You know what? This is fucking Falcor. I don't care that it looks nothing like Falcor. This is basically Falcor, right? This is Falcor. It's not Falcor at all. And also, you're no longer hairy. Why were you hairy before, and now you're not hairy anymore? Where'd your hair go? Are you just balding? What is happening? Anyway, doesn't matter. The point is that as soon as you get to this evolution, you're like, yes, I'm 100% there. I'm 100% with you. No notes.
That one. Ready to launch.
Iconic.
Holy shot. Mega burst.
I just love the designs in this. Yeah, I just do. Like the visuals are so strong. I'm very impressed by them. Hashtag not sponsored. Look, the Digimon people should sponsor me. They should. God,
Holy shot.
I do so much free advertising for these people. Now, do I call all of the characters in their games sociopaths? Yes, but I mean that's just basic media analysis. Clearly, that was intended. It's like how in Shrek you have all the dirty jokes that are only meant to be understood by the adults. In Digimon, you have all of the incredibly toxic assholes, and only the adults realize that they are. It's like, oh, we've got a toxic piece of shit just for you adults to love and adore.
Holy
The kids won't notice this because like it's a fairly nuanced set of behaviors that is the reason why this person is, you know, an asshole. But they are very consistently an asshole.
Ice blast. We did it.
Wow.
Okay. So, how are we doing on stats? Rabbitmon has... I think maybe a little less HP than they had the previous time. King Snakemon has not caught up to where they were before. Demi Ravenmon has more intelligence than they had last time, so that's useful. Holy Shot apparently does increased damage to mythical creatures. You are doing okay, but like you do have the problem that you're level 20. You're my only... No, you're not. You're not my only virus type. How are you doing? Gold Applemon, I love your design, but I do feel like I maybe need you to not be a mixed sweeper. Because I need to specialize. Okay. Salamagamon, I need you to get out of this incredibly cool and iconic design that I love and into something a little bit more... honestly, a little bit more salamandery, because you're not really looking very salamandery. Your wings actually look weirdly salamandery, but... Do we go down to you? I think we go to you. This feels like more likely to be able to get us down toward an animal of some sort. From here. I'm looking for something that looks like it doesn't have a bunch of fur. That looks so good. Why are you such a why do you look so good? Oh, you are a champion, yeah. You look like a baby, but you are in fact a champion. Why you look so good, buddy? Okay, you do have like massively more attack than you have int, which is good for a character that is meant to do that. You are a data, so this could be my data attacker for now, as opposed to my data thinker. Do I want to bring you... Gold Applemon, you're supposed to be an invasive species. An invasive species of snail, specifically. I don't want to go down to Caramon with you. Unless... Well, can I just come back up to this? Yeah, we also do need... We have very little talent. We need to... Let's make some work happen here. Now that we have a team that's like actually ready to do so, you know what you do? You know, what is an invasive species if not a death cocoon that results in the end of the world?
You got it. Preparations complete.
Holy shot.
You know, people are always saying this.
Here goes Mega Burst.
Many such things.
Sweet blow.
Ice blast.
So, right, I got distracted by thinking about the actual character designs and wasn't thinking about the math behind this. Okay, wait.
Holy shot.
So,
Mega Burst.
Sweet blow.
how the hell does any of this shit work?
Ice blast.
Oops. I keep getting confused by the fact that these babies are in play because they're so tiny and the floor is,
Heck yeah.
like, hollow, so I don't even see them. Alright, Gold Applemon needs to be Digivolved. Do I actually want to take you up to Kurisarimon? How's your defense? Your defense is so low. How's your speed? Your speed is actually pretty good. Do I bring you up to this first? I think I do. I think I bring you up to that first, then we'll try out Kurisarimon. Yes, I think your face always looked a little dopey in this form because you have further evolutions where you
Do it!
come into your
Ready
own.
to go.
Oh, there's several. Wait. Oh, you resist lick.
Stampede blow!
Cured of their confusion, oh no.
On the side blast. Holy shot!
Holy shot.
Yeah!
Much appreciated.
Okay. So I'm going to have to think about how I want to handle this.
Everyone.
I am actually tempted to just, rather than try to
You got
piece
it.
together from,
Preparations complete.
like, such incomplete information how the talent system works, to do something different this time. And I think I'm actually going to. I think I'm going to look at the stat system and how it operates in this one to act as a foil to the way that I did it the previous game. Because in the previous game, I went in blind, and it was funny watching me try to figure out like what the hell any of the things do. I think it might be interesting to... I think it'll be more interesting for this one if I know what the systems are in advance, and I'm trying to minimize the amount of time that I have to do this. Because I actually understand how the things work. Like, to actually try to minimize the amount of grinding that I'm ending up doing later on, by basically setting up my party. Let's do that. We've run into our first major hurdle. I'm gonna look at... It's not the field guide. It is... somewhere. Well, they have a tutorial for it, so I'll just look at the tutorial. This is attributes... Training. So personality types... What do you mean by increase? Change the type of personality skills. Okay, we already know all these effects. Okay. So at some point, we would want to like get to the boundary between two of the int places and just go back and forth until we've checked out some of the things. Let's see. Personality skills. Wow, these are terrible, actually. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, so talent is just the level limit. I probably could have figured that out. Wait a second. Was that easily calced? Those are literally the same number. That's embarrassing. Okay, so that's something that I should have figured out. Okay. Doesn't matter. We are still going to look at all the other things. We're going to see how embarrassing it is that I didn't figure some of these things out. Let's see here. There's a limit to how many times they can be carried over. Wait, what? Oh shit!
That's why my int was jumping so high. Gotcha. And none of the Digimon that I was using as enhancement material had any cumulative stats, right? Because they none of them had been. Wait, some of them had been digivolved. None of them had been leveled up and then digivolved. No, they had. I don't know why my cumulative stats weren't changing on it.
It doesn't matter. So that's interesting. There's a limit to how many times they can be carried over. Let's take a look at Bond. This works basically the way that I expected it does. But this is going to have some more complex interactions that I'm actually happy we're looking up. This isn't a simple calculation. Up to 100 times. I have concerns. Oh, that's probably true. It doesn't in the other thing. Jeez, you can sell your Digimon? Okay, I actually do need some clarification on something. So this indicates that my Bond stat gives me the maximum number of Digivolutions that I can have and retain the stats from, right?
Does the... It says up to 1,000. Which is interesting. Because that doesn't map directly. But... do I stop gaining cumulative stats? Or does it overwrite the oldest Digivolution? When it comes to, calculating stats. In other words... by doing a bunch of low-level early Digivolutions, did I permanently fuck up these characters? Because I was giving them, +2 to their cumulative stats per, instead of +7,000. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this, and we'll figure out how we want to do the build. Because it turns out that the in-game tutorial, completely useless. Not completely useless, but largely useless. Okay, cumulative stats. Time Stranger. Okay.
Unfortunately, I was looking at a thing and it didn't tell me what I need. Okay. Not terribly useful. This is interesting. I'm very curious about the fact that, like, no one seems to be... Can I trust Noob Feed to tell me what I'm looking for? It looks to me like... This doesn't tell me what I need either. So, unfortunately, I'm not finding the specific piece of information that I'm looking for. So basically, if you look at Digivolution history right here, right? The thing that I'm looking for is... There's a limit to how many times you can basically gain stats from Digivolving or Digi-de-evolving, right? So... The question that I think is a very important one is that based off of the... Let's say you have it maxed out and you have 100 to play with. Is that the most recent 100? Or is that the first 100 that you do? Right? Do you stop gaining stats? Or does it overwrite the first stat boost that you got? That's the fundamental question that I'm looking for here. Which is a crazy way to handle it. Having it be the first 100 is a crazy way to handle it because that it like really massively ensures that your the Digimon that you have created at the start that you have a strong bond with are going to be garbage. And sure, yes, you can override that by just feeding them other Digimon, but that's a crazy mechanic that they never should have implemented in the first place. That's crazy, right? That's just such an insane mechanic to add to a creature collector of this type of like, oh yes, you could just feed 100 critters into the critter that you want. That's a crazy mechanic, right? But it doesn't. So basically, if you do things the hard way, there's a stat cap on it. If you do things the really, really, really easy way, there's no cap on it. I think the feeding mechanic makes sense in a game like Shin Megami Tensei because of the fact that, like, you're meant to be an asshole. But, like, in a game like this, where it's like they're literally just people, right? Like it would be like if you were playing Fire Emblem, like literally this is like almost a 1-to-1 analog. If you were playing Fire Emblem and you had the ability to go to the kitchen
You got it.
and say, okay, God, what's that character's name? Okay, Marth. So, I want Lyn to be really OP. So, I'm so sorry, Marth, but I'm going to cut you up and make a nice meal out of you that Lyn can eat and take on your stats. It's like this isn't like an exaggeration of how crazy it is. That's mechanically what's happening here. Right? But also narratively, that's what's happening here. These are people. They talk. They have personalities, and you're literally consuming them for the purpose
Everyone.
of slightly improving the power of this is like doing the Digimon like thingamabob or the doing the powering up mechanic makes it feel like you're. It's like a mass death event. Right? Like, it's like, okay, well, you know, I'm gonna just sacrifice 1,000. And again, like, if you have a game where you're playing as, like, a necromancer, or you're playing as a devil summoner. The reason I say devil summoner is because Shin Megami Tensei, you're a devil summoner. That's what you're doing, is you're summoning devils. If you have, like, if that's the vibe that you're going with, it makes a lot of sense. But, like, imagine feeding 1,000 Pikachus to your, which I guess they also do because in Pokemon, in the mobile version, when you catch a Pokemon that you already have one of, you get like food for that instead of a new Pokemon or something. So like you actually do like literally just kind of feed your Pokemon to each other, but that's besides the point. We've already talked about the. So anyway, that is wild to me. That is the way that this works. So what that means is I am not going to be doing a ton of additional stuff, and I believe I gain like 10% of the stats that I have leveled into. So we can calc out what I would need to do to get someone with perfect stats. Because I now also know what the stat cap is. If I wanted to get someone to perfect stats, what I would need to do to make it happen, we'll see how it goes.
Here goes.
But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use the load enhancement mechanic. Because it's so like disturbing. It's just such a disturbing mechanic. Okay, so we do need That does also mean that I should probably figure out where I'm going earlier rather than later. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about it right now. I have a total of like 100 to play with, which is quite a few. It's not a lot, honestly. Especially since we're starting from babies. At some point during the run, we're gonna need to get... Ooh! That is a wild design. The asynchronicity between the head and the body... Because the head looks very, like... untextured? I don't know, it's like... the head looks like ceramic, basically. And so you have this head that looks like ceramic, but then you have, like, a very furry body. Nullifies unfavorable compatibility. And it's an AoE. That's interesting. So this is something that... You have 2,000 HP at level 1. You also have 814 attack at level 1. Wait, are you amazing? As long as you don't get hit with any magic attacks? You might be actually really solid. You know, we're gonna put you in the party for whatever plays. I'm not gonna worry about it for now. I'll level them up a little more first. Okay, so Gold Applemon is. I think I'm gonna be pulling Gold Applemon into Kurosarimon or whatever. But we're not doing it at this exact moment. This does also mean that we want to get as far into the game as possible before we're doing any meaningful degree of grinding, and we want to have... Now, the other thing that this does mean is that, in theory, the stat boosting items that I have are... Whoa! Going to be something that I can just use whenever. And it honestly makes sense to use the stat boosting items that I have on the Digimon that are going to be undermined in their late game growth by the fact that I did what I just did. I'm very glad I looked this up, because otherwise I would have run into a problem. Let's see. I'm almost certainly not going to reach the 100 cap if I'm doing things sensibly, but if I was if I didn't realize that until later, it's because of the fact that I was basically just spamming it. Okay, so how's everybody doing? You now have 900. This should be easy enough to do.
You got it.
So I need a base stat total of... Let's see here.
Time to side flash.
I just base stat total. I need about 5,000 in every stat in order to
Much appreciated.
max everything.
You got it. Ready to go.
It might actually be fun
Holy shot!
to like. I don't do these kinds of runs anymore, but back in the day, one of the things that I would do is I would do things like max stat runs, where like I'm like I would play like in Final Fantasy VIII. I would do like a low level run until I can get all of the stat boosters and things like that. I don't typically do those kinds of runs anymore. It's just not a thing that I engage with anymore. But it might be interesting to see,
Operations complete.
like,
Holy shot! Here goes!
trying to navigate this with like the minimum number of Digivolutions might be really interesting. Where you play the entire early game as a pure creature collector with absolutely no ability to
I'm sorry.
Wait, can you just train your stats? It boosts your cumulative stats, right? When you do training? Or not? Does training boost cumulative stats? Can you just boost your stats to 9,999 by training? I need to go to the Velvet Room. I need to check some stuff. Unfortunately, the information that is available these days is so terrible. It's very hard to get good information on the internet anymore.
I'm sorry. Everyone.
Oh, okay. So that's super interesting. So 10% of that value can be carried over into your cumulative stats. I'm gonna check some stuff. We're gonna check some stuff. I'm very curious about doing some shenanigans here. So, in theory, I wonder about that. If I were to... So in theory, I could probably get... Okay, so Smile Mom is sitting on 1,300 int now. And they are now astute. And I would prefer to have the SP reduction. And that's all well and good. So if I feed you, I can increase their bond. Alright, we're gonna pull you back to our box. You have boosted your SP. Okay, you actually do need to keep training. We need you to be going further. Yes, we'll just give you a classroom. And if I do a quick complete, it'll just finish immediately? Oh! Interesting. We'll interact with that eventually. So... we gained like hundreds of SP there, right? No, we gained hundreds of int, was it? We have 1,300 int. I'm going to take a look at the thing about talent again. How do I increase your talent? Training at the farm apparently increases talent. So, in theory, if I go to Digimon, Smilemon, my neighbor is having a time, it seems. If I were to do this, my talent would be 37. So, we have plus 14 talent. Yeah, Digivolving is basically... So it's similar to the cumulative stats, basically, where what you're doing is you're increasing a tally, and then when you Digivolve, you pull the trigger, and all of the talent that you have accumulated gets deposited. So, if I were to do this... Ooh, the fact that I have the thing that increases my stats might actually come back to bite me in the ass at some point. Depending on how this is calculated. It might be great for me, and it might not be good for me at all, actually. I think it should be fine. So, let me take a look at what items I have available to me right now. I have access to attack and attachment 2. I have access to int attachment 2. We're buying 2 int attachment 2s. This is critical. So we are selling like everything that we have that we don't need. So, is there a way to just sell? I probably just have to go back, right? Yes. We're selling all of our consumables. Now is the time. It's tempting to save up for like the 3rd tier or whatever, but I don't think that I need to do that for right now. This is actually very powerful consumables that I'm selling for fairly marginal gains, but don't worry about it. I'm not planning on using consumables this run. We are going hard on this. So, I guess I only need the 2. Did I already buy the 2? I think I did, right? So we have a Talent Awakening booster. Talent Awakening booster is something that is useful for if I'm trying to build like a perfect Digimon. And this is cumulative. So this is boosting my cumulative stats. This is very good for the Digimon that I'm currently building because they do not have the ability to benefit from the maximization techniques that I would be using later. They are going to be permanently behind on stats. That being said, in theory, I have 100 Digivolutions to play with before I run out of Digivolutions. If I max my stats out in a given lifetime, I should be able to max my cumulative stats within 10. Because if I just gain 10% of my stats, after 10, I'm done. If I max my stats each run, I'll have max stats at the beginning of the... Basically, at level 1, I would have maximum stats. That's, like, in theory, the number of if you have the ability to increase your base stats on a given lifetime, then you should be able to... You look so cool. Oh! I remember you. Okay. With that being the case, I don't have to be as concerned about Smile-O-Mom getting really fucked over. That being said, Smile-O-Mom is also sitting on an absolutely gargantuan stat pool right now. Which is nice. So, I can presumably get my int boosted by a fairly considerable amount if I do this. And I think I maybe just do it. Do we want to get that final level? No, we don't. I don't think it's worth it to get the final level. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you an int attachment 2. We're going to give you an int attachment 2. We now have 1,617 intelligence on this character, which is pretty dang good. That's pretty dang good. And now we're going to digivolve you. You are astute, which means that you will get speed and int faster. This requires int. I think I take this. Because if it requires int, the assumption is that it's going to have the stats that I need. The problem is that the stats that I need are not appropriate necessarily with the vibe of the Smile-O-Mom, because it's supposed to be like a Smilodon, but that's beside the point. We'll worry about that later. As long as you have big teeth at some point, we're fine. Because this character is one level away from maxed, I'm not super concerned. Okay, we can take very strong advantage. This is a data type, so you are... You have 922 int at level 1. And most of that is not from the base stats that you have accumulated over time. Most of that is the other stuff. And zero attack. But why would you want to have both attack and int? Int is a better stat. Let's see here. You know, you want to pick whether you're going to be doing physical or magic. You don't want to do both. Okay, so this is 40 base damage. Smile-O-Mom is gonna be doing some work for me. You don't need mental field. You are a nuker. Smile-O-Mom is actually potentially going to be better than King Snake-Mon. Because King Snake-Mon has more balanced stats, I think. So King Snake-Mon is going to be someone that I can actually, like, move around a bit. I can actually do stuff with them other than the thing. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, the other game had some Digimon that had just absolutely ridiculous imbalance in their stats, which is very useful. Okay, we are weak against data types right now, though we do have Gold Applemon who can AoE. Ooh, Gold Applemon could potentially do a lot of work if I had any SP on you. For the boss that has 4 targets to play with. Okay, actually, let's go buy a thing that gives me an attack. Do I want to buy that? How much money do I have? Wait, was it only 4,500? Did I just get like 130 grand and I only needed 9,000? That sounds like me. Okay. Yes, that's exactly what I did. Okay. So we're gonna get an attack attachment, or rather we're gonna get 2 of them. And then this will allow us... Okay, who do we want? Let's start making like a god. How do we feel? How do we feel about who's this gonna be? What do we want? What do we want to name the character that we are going to try to just go crazy on stats with? Where I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to max out their talent. Each. Basically, I'm going to max out their level to their talent limit. Every single level, and maybe just dump them in training, and they're going to get all the way up to their talent max and have a thing, and what stat should we be boosting with them? These are the questions. And what should we name them? It should be an invasive species. It's tempting to name them after a cat, because cats are, like, the most invasive species. I could name them after Pando, but Pando isn't really an invasive species. Pando's just awesome. What is the full name of Pando? Pando isn't a species, by the way. Pando is a specific tree. It's a tree that is an entire forest. Pando... tree. Oh, it is just Pando. So Pando is a single tree that is 47,000 stems, which is to say, trees. So the area that Pando covers as a multi-stem tree is 42.8 hectares or 106 acres. Pando is amazing. Pando's hanging out in Utah. It's really wild. So sometimes when you look at a forest and you think you see a bunch of trees, you're actually just looking at one tree. You're just looking at one tree. The entire root network is one plant, which I think is very cool. Do we want to name someone after Pando? I think Pando's really cool. And if we do, we kind of have to start with a Kuramon if we're going to do that, right? Like, we would need to start with Kuramon to make a proper Pando, right? Oh, you're a mollusk? Interesting. Platinum Numemon has 2,500 base defense.
Oh, you're a Mega. Okay. That makes sense then. Let's see. Yeah, this is the only baby that I have access to. I think I'm gonna make either a Pando or something akin to that with Kuramon. I don't know why I've settled on invasive species now, but I've just like I just like the idea of like an invasive species. Unfortunately, like Pando isn't an animal. Real rough. Real rough. How loud is the child screaming in the background, by the way? I can mute my mic if necessary. I don't think it's loud enough that it's like a noise hazard, it's just a soul hazard. Okay, who do I want to send for training, actually? It's not. That's background sounds in my real life. You know what? Salamagamon? Maybe we start training you. You know what? Now that I know how all this works. This... Oh, you went back to being a little kid. I see. Okay, you're training. I actually could just send you in for training if I wanted. Why is my bond with you so low? Oh, it's because I probably haven't talked to you very much. Yes, I was talking to everybody a lot early on and haven't been talking to people since. So, Demi Ravamon and Rabbitmon have a lot, and then... Yes. What do I want to do here? I can now get up to level 47, which is not bad. You can get to 37. Okay, Salamagamon currently doesn't serve a specific coherent utility in the team because they just don't have... Oh, I can change what direction you're facing. That's cool. Alright, the two of you could just look at each other. And then we can interact with you. Unfortunately, you are at the end. We can train with you. I think we can feed you as well to increase bond. But bond doesn't need to be increased right now. Bond is fine for now. So this boosts spirit, understanding, and affection. Do I want to give you a punching bag to start moving you toward the other personalities? To drift you through. What is your current personality skill? Magical Wisdom. Which I think Magical Wisdom just increases... Like, is that the thing that reduces my mana costs? I think we set you up with a training bag. I have a lot of money as well, so if I decided to do so, I could do some crazy training if I wanted. Am I interested in doing that? I could actually just do some quick training to get, like, King Snakemon a bunch of extra int, for instance. But you don't have an AoE. So I don't know if that's necessarily going to be worth it. Let's see. Do I actually want to buy more int boosters just to go crazy with it? Maybe I do. Maybe I just buy a bunch of int boosting items. Okay, we need to go to you. Because you have attack attachment 1, we just give you attack attachment 2. This'll boost your attack to 1200. That's about on par with where we want it to be. So now your attack is way higher than it was on your in the previous life. I think what we're probably going to do is, I think just get Smilemon. Is it funnier if I keep calling it Smilemon and leave it named Smilemon? Or is it funnier if I actually change its name to Smilemon? I'm not sure which I prefer of these two options. For some reason, the like tapir look, it just had very strong mom energy to me. Like I don't have a strong reason for why that's the case, but that is the case. That's not what I wanted. I hate to break this to you, but you are very slow compared to the Unicorn Pegasus.
Preparations complete.
Holy shot!
Mega Burst!
2000. I like it. So, what we're basically going to be doing is getting ourselves enough levels here just to get caught up a bit.
Great. You got it.
And then we can... Then we can go in. I think that we have a massively larger stat pool to play with right now. So I think that we should be fine for the boss with what we've got. We just need to like get
Heck yeah.
the one character who's like level 1
I'm sorry.
up to, you know, maybe level 10. Which maybe is extreme. Maybe I just get them up somewhere. But yeah, I haven't felt the need to reduce the difficulty to a lower level to speed up the out of combat. Or to the speed of grinding or whatever.
Do it. Ready to launch.
Holy shot!
But yeah, my intention here is to make like an actual build for everybody, I think.
Here goes Mega Burst!
The nice thing is that in theory everyone can have everything. In practice though, I'm going to need to make decisions.
Heck yeah.
I am going to have to make decisions eventually.
There. Ready to go.
You're ready! Holy shot!
Okay.
Here goes Mega Burst! Time to Side Splash!
Stunky
But yeah, I'm very excited to interact more with these systems.
We did it!
I do think that the load enhancement thing is... I feel like that's out of sync with the rest. The impression that I'm getting online, and the impression that I'm getting just from the mechanic on its face, is that it's completely out of sync with everything else, where it's like, okay, well, we have all these limitations on the way that you can digivolve a single character to get them, like, OP as fuck. But there's no limit on leveling up 100 Digimon at a time and feeding them all to one Digimon to turn that Digimon into a god. That feels weird to me, right? Where it's like, wait, you thought that the thing that needed limits was the Digivolving mechanic?
Here goes. Stampede Pro.
Can't I have like 100 Digimon all getting EXP at the same time? Isn't that the thing that all then feed 10% of their stats into one Digimon? Why would I care about carrying over 10% of the stats from one
Ready
Digimon's,
to go.
you know, lifetime? Is that supposed to be 100%?
Holy shot!
Am I spitting hot truths about the world that we live in? Are we getting +2s in chats? 1,005 Digimon getting it. Jesus Christ. Now, the limiting factor there, I will say there is a limiting factor there on you have to like actually convert the Digimon over. Right, you do have to actually convert them. And there's some degree of like maintenance where you have to like you would need to like digivolve them and things like that to would you digivolve them? You probably wouldn't even digivolve them, right? You just take I know you would have to digivolve them once, maybe? Or not? Is it taking their cumulative stats or their base stats? It takes their base stats, it basically does the cumulative stat calculation for them on your main? Is that what it does? So you wouldn't even need to do any. You wouldn't even need to digivolve them to like take those as permanent or whatever, right?
Do it. Ready to go.
Holy shot!
Seems kind of crazy to me, but
Here goes!
what do I know? Very PAL World. Actually, you know what it is? It's very PAL World coded. Like
Here goes.
the thing that I'm thinking of, like in terms of like the optimization setups. Maybe this is why all the characters are sociopaths in these games, is because the people who made the games are kind of sociopaths or something. I don't know, but like when I think about like what it looks like
Do it.
to take full advantage of these mechanics, I'm basically thinking of, okay, so you have basically a bunch of training items, and you take those training items and you pass them on to like a bunch of Digimon that are just hanging out doing the training, like they're just mass training, and then then everybody else you just leave in your box. And then you're basically like doing a round of training and then mass sacrificing every single Digimon that you have, including the ones that were training, into one Digimon, who then becomes more powerful. One Digimon that specifically has an accuracy booster and any AoE, right? And then once you've done one round of this, right, one 30-minute round of this, you then basically just can...
Here goes.
would it be a 30-minute round? What would be the optimal amount of time that you hold on to them, actually? Because I don't know how quickly you'd be able to accumulate the converts, is the thing. Right? I feel like it would be fairly fast, but I don't know if it would be... I don't know how fast it would be. You might be better off waiting a bit longer. Wait, can somebody digivolve? Isn't everybody no. Well, I don't need more pawns as food because I'm literally not doing that. That's not a thing that I'm going to engage with as a mechanic. I'm not going to be setting up a mass harvesting scene. I'm calling attention to the fact that it's like this is like such a nightmare scenario. The reason I brought up Pal World is just because like the early marketing material for Pal World felt like the selling point of the game is that you can enslave Pokemon. It's like, have you considered how cool it would be to be able to set up a factory with a bunch of Pokemon slaves that are all extremely unhappy, and then you can make them make guns? And the sort of like mass sacrifice of all of the Digimon and these like crazy like figures really is like, yeah, maybe you should be on a list somewhere. Not for everyone who enjoys playing it, but like thinking about like the person who made the mechanics, I'm like, this is a little alarming that this was the direction that you went. I'm in danger. But yeah, so I did look up the mechanics, Mr. TJ, so now I know the
Everyone,
figure.
that one. Ready to launch.
Well, I mean, you know what else is made out of data?
Holy suck!
I hate to tell you this, but in the real world, we're all also made out of data. The difference being that, generally speaking, it's frowned upon in our world to devour sapient creatures. Generally speaking, we don't eat people, is the thing. And it's not because people aren't good calories. I'm just gonna tell you, you could survive eating people. Eating people, you can get calories out of. You can do that. The mechanics of our world, in fact, justify it. However...
Here goes.
it's generally frowned upon.
Heck yeah. Much appreciated.
It's generally frowned upon. Especially because, like, Digimeat literally grows on trees, right? Like, the actual food that Digimon eat is not based off... Like, you don't butcher a Mechanimorimon or whatever to get Digimeat. Right, Digimeat just kind of exists, I think. I think that it's a thing that exists on its own and doesn't require, like, you don't need to butcher an animal to get Digimeat. Which is convenient because all the animals are just fully people. Like, unquestionably, they'll have a nice, chat with you about, their family and, how they're doing and da-da-da-da-da, right?
Do it.
Like, Pokemon are animals, but Digimon are people. Like, there's a few Pokemon who are people, right? Like, Mewtwo's a person. I would argue that most of the legendary beasts aren't even honestly people. They have like a spiritual significance, but they don't seem to talk or really have larger thoughts or opinions. They are spirits more than they are people, right? But like most Pokemon are not people, right? But unless you consider your dog a person, which is valid. Like, that's a valid interpretation of what your definition of person should include. We don't need to get too far into, like, communication stuff and da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, Digimeat is vegan, right? Like, Digimeat is definitely vegan. That's 100%. I mean, bear in mind, the game has a non-vegan option, which is devouring other Digimon.
You've already got the non-vegan option.
You got it. Preparations complete.
Holy shot! Mega Burst!
I mean, to be fair, I am... Okay, so as I'm thinking about what I'm doing right now, I am kind of going around mass murdering people anyway. Is it really that big of a difference
Ready to
to go around mass murdering people and to go around... Yes, it is actually a pretty significant difference. There's a pretty significant difference between what I'm doing right now and
Go! Mega Burst!
and mass spontaneously creating sapient creatures for the purpose of butchering them. There's a difference, actually. There is a difference. They're attacking me and other people.
Holy shot! Yeah!
Much
Well, but
appreciated. Everyone,
data doesn't mean anything. Everything is data, right? So like
do it.
the fundamental building blocks of vegan meat, right, is the same fundamental building blocks as non-vegan. The thing that makes it vegan or not vegan is whether you have killed a person or an animal, depending depending on the context of how you think of the stuff, whether you have killed a morally relevant entity or in some way harmed a morally relevant entity in order to take it. Exploitation is what defines vegan versus non-vegan. If you grow meat out of the ground that never has any reasoning or thinking, that's vegan. That's just objectively vegan, right? And but like if Digimeat had thoughts, right, then that changes things, right? So there's an interesting thing about veganism, right, which is that from a practical perspective, if there was a sapient plant, right, that you could say is demonstrably sapient, or just sentient, right? Ignore the sapience. But even just a sentient plant, if you can say that this clearly is sentient, that plant ain't vegan anymore. You can't eat that plant. That plant ain't vegan, right? I mean, you can eat it if you're not vegan, but that shit ain't vegan. Because veganism isn't about eating isn't about eating plants. Veganism is about avoiding the exploitation of morally relevant entities. And morally relevant entities in this context applies to things that think. Let's see.
We did it!
I'm sorry. Do it.
Yeah, my intention is basically I'm gonna figure out. It'll depend on how deep I'm going into this, but I feel like I can probably create a Digivolution strategy that is going to that can cap out your stats. I think you can cap your stats out without thing. You should, I think, in theory, only need 10 Digivolutions left to be able to fully cap every stat. So, at least in theory, right?
Everyone.
There's some limitations there that we don't need to necessarily get into, but I think in theory you can pretty much get. Yeah. No. Wow. That's very funny. We have this rando just messaging us.
Do it. Ready to go.
Look, let's be clear here. If you are mass harvesting thousands of Digimon, you're either creating a horrifying monster. Like, there's a big difference between what what is it? Like, Garurumon and... No, it's not Garurumon. Garurumon is a different one. The two mascot characters, when they merge together into one entity, versus, like, I am going to either create a horrifying hive mind with 50,000 distinct minds in it, or I am, like, eradicating those minds completely. There's a big difference between those things. In this context, it's definitely just feeding, right? Like, we are feeding some sort of monstrosity when we do that.
That one. Ready to launch.
Not all. I would not say that all mergers and all fusions are that, but I do think that pretty clear what's going on when you have the ability to feed 1,000 Digimon at a time to one of them. That's pretty clear, right? At that point, it's real clear what's going on. Okay, do I have enough levels, though? I was only intending to get up to level 10 with you. So, everybody's got a decent amount of stats. You're at 1,300, which is honestly fairly similar to where you were before. You're at around 1,300, you're at 1,200. I feel... So, Barnaclemon is our character for reviving us. You are there to deal damage to the boss, I guess, which sucks, because you're explicitly bad at that, though. Wait, no, you're not good for the boss. Am I gonna just have to deal damage using my data types? Let's see. Unfortunately, you're an AoEer who sucks against the boss. Because you're not strong against either of the damage types. I guess you'll be good for the reinforcement, the first set of reinforcements, I guess. So, Howling Destroyer will save until later. Let's see here. Do I want... Let's see. Alright, let's go make an attempt at the boss. We can get an idea of what this is going to look like. And we should have, I think, broadly, like, higher stats. And I think it should be more feasible now than it was last time. It is so funny that we're just randomly fighting this guy instead of, like, walking outside and saying, hey, your boss wants to kill me. Could you tell him what's up? It's very funny. It's so funny.
Now there are titans over here and more titans over
I'm not
there.
listening to you rant crazily at me again. Okay, let's go. Now, Holy Shot on you will do how much?
Holy shot!
Not a ton. Mega Burst on you.
Mega burst!
Not a ton. Right, I don't have any stat boosts for some reason. Because I didn't hit X arts at the start. Well, don't worry. Okay. So, not terrible. We do have an overemphasis on one damage type at the moment. Oh, that's unfortunate.
My thanks.
Because I can only deal with damage to you now. Do I have anybody else who's good against you? No.
Please? Here I go! Steel Inferno!
Okay. So, you would have to attack that one. Why do you have no... Did I not... Oh god, I don't think I didn't get my resources back before I came in here. Like, I don't think I sat still to get Rabbitmon in better shape. It's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna have you attack. Because I don't think it matters what I do. I think this is lethal.
Ice blast.
Okay. And now we can deal damage to the boss. That was 1,000 damage on Smile Llama. Ooh boy. A bit squishy. Okay.
Please?
Pulling Rabbitmon. Another thing that I probably could do, this would be kind of fun, is I could probably, like, ultra buff
More fight left in you, right?
one of the... I could probably ultra buff a virus type with, like, just like a dual attack boost or whatever. And then a... whatchamacallit? What's the other one? Acceleration boost, and then switch them out, which might be kind of fun, because then they'll retain their buffs. So there's 4 of you. Do I actually? No, I'm not gonna do it. We don't get the penalty, but we don't get the bonus either. So there's none that they're strong against. So we start pounding into you. Oh, the second set has less HP. Okay. I think these are weaker. I think the first set is stronger. Very rude. Okay, so we're stuck on Holy Shot at this point. We switch to Smileymon. See how hard we hit.
Here I go! Steel Inferno!
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable way to approach it. You don't have very much SP, so let's just swap to Debbie Ravenmon, who has plenty of time available. And that's not quite what we are looking for. We could Ocean Wave. I think we do, because I hope that this is lethal. We missed? Oh my god. That's rough. That's rough. I don't think that a normal attack will kill necessarily, so we will just hit this. Okay, Taunt comes out. Machine Gun Punch comes out and fucks me up bad. But didn't kill anybody. Did not kill anybody. That's good at least. You do so... You're not really doing that much damage. You do pretty decent damage. Let's see. Are you gonna heal? Yes. I wish I had Medea. Not having Medea is a problem for this. You do weaker damage. It's fine. It was lethal. It was lethal! Do we do this here? No, we'll do it next turn, I think. Double confusion? Okay, the sweeping slash.
Removes that, we're fine.
My thanks.
Tiny speed boost. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's so rude. Barnaclemon is level 5.
Please?
Let's see. Do I think yes. We need to take this out so that we're not subject to the big AoE. And then we start. We're gonna heal up. I think we heal up, we buff. And then once we've healed and buffed, we will. Let's see. We'll move on to.
Much appreciated.
Oh, you can use items on the same turn that you do a thing? I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, you know, you got your bonus action, you have your thinger action, and you have your the action of the critter that's doing the thing. So, you know, it checks out to me. Sounds legit. Okay. So, goal now is to KO the boss. Not KO the boss. KO the first thing here on the first attack of the turn. That way we have an entire turn to deal damage before...
Not even that was a set.
I should have probably done that a bit differently, but that's
Now's our
fine.
chance.
Let's see.
Go!
Well, I mean, the reason that they do it is to make it so that the action economy is easier for you, right? I switched. I didn't. I needed to switch first. We'll use Gold Applemon first. Gold Applemon didn't need the buffs, so this is Heavy Strike 2. We better fucking hope that we succeed at this, because if we miss, it's gonna be very sad. Oh shit! Oh buddy! Oh buddy! Holy shit! We got the break!
What you done? This is all your fault.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what happened? I thought that... wait. Why do I have to deal with all these arms now? Oh, they're injured. These are pre-damaged. I was like, wait, what? I don't think that you should still get to summon 4 of these fucking things. If I do the thing. What type are you? Alright. We'll bring in Smilebomb.
I'm counting on you.
Smilebomb is very vulnerable to getting, like, just obliterated here, but my hope is that I can wipe out enough of these. Do I Ocean Wave? Do I trust it? I believe in you. Let's go! Okay. We can take you out easily. Do we do that? Yes. We take you out. And you are going to swap out. You still have 2 turns of your buffs left. You're bringing Demi Ravenmon. I'm gonna just attack this one. I don't think it'll kill. That was right. Okay, so we're doing the exact same thing here. It now has 1 arm left. We are going to Acceleration Boost on Gold Applemon. We don't need to cast any other buffs on Gold Applemon. Gold Applemon's chill now. We are going to start healing, because we now know that we do, in fact, need to deal with the Thinger. And we probably are not going to get our buffs back by the time we go for the kill. But we have Magic Charge. We're going to Magic Charge on King Snakemon. And we will... We cannot target you with the thing. Do we just take the KO here? No, we want to wait until the next turn, actually. So... do I have somebody who can cast mental boosts? I don't want to pull in anybody who's buffed right now, because I'm not planning on doing anything with them this turn. So I guess I'll just top up Smilemon, maybe? I'll top up Pidgeot. Let's see. I can crit charge. I'm gonna do an attack charge on Rabbitmon. Rabbitmon only has 1 turn left, and we can just cap that out. Okay, so we wait for all of your turns to go. You don't have enough arms to use this skill. We take the kill. We don't take the kill with you. Take the kill with Rabbitmon.
I'm counting on you.
We don't take the kill with Rabbitmon. Wait, we need a data type. We don't have a data type available. Okay, I think this is not lethal. That's trouble.
Please?
I'm not going to worry about it too much. I think we're fine. We're going to do so much damage with 1 character. I'm not finished yet. What I should have done was moved one of the data types out so that no matter who goes first.
Just fix it.
Okay, Gold Applemon comes back in. If we miss, it's gonna be so fucking funny.
How's this?
How's this?
How can this be? My divine arms! Is this where it all ends? At the very least, you tried to save my treasure!
Oh no.
No! This my divine arms, then my treasure, and now my life. Come on, then. If you're gonna kill me, then do it. You Titan assassins. There's nothing more you can do to me.
You're having a rough day, buddy.
How can I possibly be calm? I've lost everything.
That's pretty true.
Isn't that one of those things they sell a bunch of in Akihabara?
Wait, really? You mean to say you've beheld such wonders before?
Well, yeah. Back in the human world.
The human world?
That's the world we came from, after all.
What? Then that means you people aren't Titans?
We could be Titans from the
That's
human
what
world. You
I've
don't
been
know that.
trying to tell you.
You don't know that.
Well, sorry. How incredibly disrespectful of me. How are things outside? A bit more stable?
We've come to restore power to the digital world. Word is, you can help do something about that.
Well, it's true that I did cut off the power supply to prevent the Titans from...
I don't have any real words for it. I just think this is very funny.
Something's put the brakes on their incursion somewhat.
Yeah. We heard we need Junomon's power to get these guys back to the human world.
And Marukimon said we have to get power to the railroad first if we want to go see Junomon.
All right then. I understand.
So are you just gonna turn the power back on?
I've restored power to all of Iliad. That should get the railroad up and running again.
Wait, weren't there tactical reasons that you weren't doing
Outside
this?
now. It'll take you right back up to the village. As for the rest, we'll handle things here. You folks have your own road to travel.
Thank you so
Wait.
much. Mr. Volcanismon?
No need for Mr. Just Volcanismon is fine. So, will you take the elevator up and explain things to everyone back in the village for me?
What am I explaining to them?
Then, this is goodbye. I look forward to seeing you all again someday.
Eh?
You know, I'd love to visit the human world someday. Especially if they have wondrous things like my treasure there.
So, like, the reason that you cut off power is because there's, like, a massive Titan incursion everywhere, and you wanted to basically shut down transit and other functionality that would make it easier for them to accomplish their objectives, right? Like, fundamentally, you were, like, blowing up your own rail network for the purpose of preventing the Soviets from using it, right? Or the Germans, I guess. It would be the Germans. But, like, the Soviets dealt damage to their own infrastructure in order to prevent the Germans from being able to utilize it, right? Like, that's fundamentally what's happening, is, like, you're scuttling the network because of the attacks. But, like, the attacks aren't over. The attacks in the places that you would need the power off for isn't over. The attack here is over, but, like, there's still attacks all over the place. But, like, I feel like, because our characters didn't say, oh, you know, we dealt with the attack in such and such place, and so now we need the rail networks back on because we need to use them as opposed to the Titans using them, right? Like, there's no, like, talk about the actual military strategy, which I guess makes sense in a children's game, that they're not talking too intimately about the military strategy of the whole thing, but it just seems strange. I don't know what you knew, but electricity's back on. Knew you folks would come through. Now that you've done it, the Locomon Railroad should be working. Let's go. Literally. Okay, mission successful. So we can now go to Central Town if we want. Let's go to Central Town. Nope. Yes, let's go to Central Town. And then we might immediately go back to just grab whatever side quests are going to show up. Oh no, the Digimon are fighting each other. My little brother died. You know, the Digimon do get sad when they lose their friends, which is why we shouldn't mass sacrifice them on an altar. You know, that sounds pretty true. Yeah, I'm so happy that you've decided to make this all about you again. Jeez. This HQ guy is, like, absolutely... Like, I've got this guy fucking clocked. I've got him clocked so strongly now. It's like, nope, I get you, I know the exact style of piece of shit that you are, my guy. I know exactly what's going on with you. I guess you could say that I like smart things. That's true. You are very tall.
Welcome back. It seems the railroad is once again operational. Now you may venture to Junomon's temple.
But do I want to?
I'll go along with you guys. I'll introduce you and make a report while I'm at it.
You are so tall.
Yeah, let's head to Junomon's temple, the Guardian Palace, from the station.
What about you, Aegiomon? You are a Digimon after all, so you of course may stay if you so desire.
Me?
Humans are best suited to their own world, and the same is true for Digimon as well. Is the human world not a difficult place for you to live in? I heard that you were even forced to conceal your true appearance there. I do not expect you to make your decision here and now. I suggest you think long and hard on the matter.
For now, let's head to the Guardian Palace. I imagine Junomon might have some unique insights on the matter, too.
Those bees are so cute. Yeah? Sounds like we got a thing to do. Let's go, Pegasus. We really overshot what we needed for that boss. Really all we needed was to set up our stuff so that we could have somebody... Well, that's not entirely true. I did get lucky because the boss is actually weak against void damage, like the pure like physical damage. The boss is actually weak against that damage type. I noticed that on the second hit. So the which is pure luck. I didn't find that out previously. So we actually got lucky. So if not for that, we might have still struggled with our previous stat totals if I didn't know that it was strong, because I didn't have anybody that would have used that attack at the time. Wait, what happened? I'm telling everyone to have courage. That's all I'm capable of at the moment, but... You should have courage yourself! Do I look so dejected? I suppose I can't really hide my nervousness. I'm not good at describing what I'm thinking, so it's kind of hard to encourage people. If I could use something other than words, I bet they'd be able to feel the best. I've even got an idea for a Digimon like me who are capable of armored Digivolution. They will be cute. What do you mean they won't be cute? Look how cute this fucking Pegasus is! You telling me this Pegasus isn't cute? Ridiculous. If I make him stronger, they'll serve as a symbol of courage to everybody else. I need Digi-Eggs for them to armor Digivolve. Digi-Egg of Sincerity. I don't have one on me. Volcanismon can make one. Interesting. Very cute. Very cute. They're all cute. All of them are cute. Look at that cute ostrich, the cute other bird. Everybody is cute. That is my official stance, is that all things are cute. This is an ideological principle that I hold. Axiom number 1, all things are cute. I doubt it. I can't imagine that... I can't imagine that a Digimon would even taste like food. Because in the digital world, Digimon aren't food. Right? Meat, they're not made of meat. Right? Digimeat is a thing. Digimeat probably tastes good. But Digimon probably don't taste... They might not taste like anything. Honestly. I would imagine that they probably taste like something, because some Digimon are cannibals. Right? Like, some Digimon eat other Digimon. So, like, you know, like the goblins and a few other things have mentioned eating other Digimon. So, it would be my presumption that that some of them... Okay, what do I need? I need Iron Slash. That is cool! Let's see. Let's see. I would imagine that they taste different, but it would be based off of like the taste that the flavor profile they would have would be based off of their relationship with the cannibal Digimon, right? Because the only thing that's eating them is the cannibals, right? The like as an example, the Digimon don't have an idea of like, oh, like this is like a fox. This fox doesn't hunt and eat bird Digimon, right? Like, so the bird Digimon don't need to taste like birds, because why would they? Because nothing treats them like a bird. The only thing that eats them is cannibals. So you'd think that they would kind of all taste like basically the flavor profile I would associate with them is like, if you ever see like the villain, like evil character talking about, oh yes, I just love eating, you know, children, they taste better, or blah 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 blah. That's the flavor profile that I would like associate with Thinger. This like what Taoist monk is eating Digimon. The monks are going around eating people. This is like literally a monk. I mean, look, you know, I don't know too much about monks. I just feel like maybe a little unusual for them to be eating people. Okay, so we need to get the thing. What was it? Iron something. Right, but the virus types are carnivores because they are cannibals, right? Like, the virus types are pretty much exclusively like evil monsters, right? Like, what they're doing isn't eating animals. What they're doing is eating people. You know what I mean? Like, it's coded differently. Like, there's a huge difference between something being coded as I'm a fox, therefore I eat birds, and I'm a monster, therefore I eat birds. So I think that influences the flavor profile because it's all about everything about it is tied. So I need iron/1. It's all tied in with like the sort of like thought matrix that leads to what am I looking for? Right, I need to go to the agent screen to get the field guide. So we're looking to have somebody who learns. There's like Iron Blade 1 or something like that. Is it the AoE maybe? It's not Crush Blade, right? I think it's had iron in the name. Okay, we have not actually seen... It's Iron/1. Yeah, we haven't found that. I'm gonna go check if I can buy it from a store, maybe? Maybe the store-bought skills are separate skills, but I don't think they are, because I think that you can get the heal skill from the store. Okay, Iron/1. So this is just the Iron AoE. It's just that I haven't found any yet. So okay, we're doing this. I don't know what Digi-Eggs we're gonna want to get. I don't think I need to worry about it right now. So we need to go. Down here. Because like the virus types are pretty much all like monsters, right? Like they're either something that's based off of like a kaiju, or like a weapon of war that's like a vaguely thing, or weapon of war. Like they're very much like they're all meant to be like, I'm not sure if unnatural is the correct word that I would use, but they're all meant they're all coded like a monster. Right? And that doesn't mean that they're not people, right? It just means that, like, they're the kind of people that you would expect to be eating other people. Right? Like, an ogre is the type of person you expect to be eating other people. Because they're a monster, right? But an ogre is a person, they're just also a monster, right? Similar to, like, how, like, is our yokai spider a thinger type? Like, this looks like a monster, right? Like, this looks like a yeti of some sort. Whereas, like, this, you wouldn't think this was... You would consider this a mythical beast. You wouldn't really consider it a monster, right? Like, this is not a monster. This is a spirit. You know what I mean? Like, that's the... Like, there's a distinction between that. Now, admittedly, this does look kind of like a monster, but it's not even a monster, right? It's a dinosaur. Right? And so it's vaccine type. Right? Like, I could see a world where... No, this doesn't really look like a monster at all. This looks very much like a dragon. This is a sea serpent. Like, I could easily see a world where this eats people. But it's not... I don't think the association is necessarily there. Right? Let me see if we've got any data types... Or any... Because the typing system is a little bizarre. Where it's like trying to figure out what makes a thing one thing or another. But I do feel like the virus types tend to be pretty nasty customers. Like, they look like nasty customers. Hand over the Digigig. Wait, why am I hopping on your back? Oh, okay. I brought you a Digig! Holy shit. You seem to have a lot of shurikens. Light, friendship, and courage. Okay, we get new agent skills now. Let's see, go down to here. Oh geez, I have 100. I have 100 accumulated. Whoops. Okay. Do I? No, I have no. I have 100. I was looking at the wrong value. Okay, so do we take the spirit boost? I do really like this. I think I maybe take this now. This is almost completely useless, but... Yeah, this is probably my most cost-effective option right now, unless I want to do something over here. Which I don't necessarily know that I want to bother with. Let's see. I'm also curious if these affect the thinger. I need to do more digging to find the information that I seek. Oh, we can just... I should have done this first. Astute Perfection is better, but it's fine. It costs twice as much, but I think it's more cost-effective to get 25% boost to Int and Spirit than to ignore 12% of the opponent's Spirit. The Spirit stat is not as relevant. So I should have done that first, but it's fine. So, we now need... God, what were the eggs that you wanted? You wanted, like, an egg of friendship or something? Do I have, like, a mission objective listed somewhere? How do I get my objectives? Oh, right, I forgot I could ride my Pegasus around. Can I ride you? That is very cute. This is very Yuna-coded. Yuna and Ifrit just hanging out. Okay, so unfortunately, do I not have a mission for that? How do I check my missions? What menu is that in? It's in the mission menu. Well, shit. Okay, so you need a bunch of eggs, and I didn't read which ones they are, and you didn't give me a quest for it. Shit. Okay, I actually need to go AFK for a second, so... I can probably safely Google this, right? Which digit eggs does Pegasusmon need? That's probably something that I can safely Google, I imagine. So I think I might Google that while I'm AFK. So just give me a couple minutes, and I love that during even like elevators and things like that, I still say mounted. This is very good. Alright, I will be right back. I'm back. I didn't actually Google the thing that I was going to Google. Okay. Should I think one of the things that they said was friendship. Let's see if I can remember the things offhand. So I need blackish texture, which I do not have. So, are you... Okay. So I need a speed attachment 3. I already have an immortal egg for some reason.
Okay, I'm just gonna start making things that I can make. Can I make these? Why did they go to the bottom? And it looks like the Digi-Egg that I made for does not seem to have been consumed by the quest. So there's not really a lot of reason not to just make all of these, right? This is an interesting crafting system, actually. I need another Iron Slash 1 for this. Tidal Stream, Digijewel. I'm not going to get the other ones yet, because I don't want to spend the thinger for it. It's fine, though. Can I digivolve things straight from the Digifarm, or do I have to bring them out in order to do it?
Great.
Because it would be nice to be able to just digivolve them there.
Wow.
I have a suspicion that I can't. I did not pay enough attention there. There was station and that's. Oh wow! I stay on. Oh wow! Even going to a completely new area, I'm gonna stay. That's excellent. That's very good. Okay, so we have the light and courage. I want to be nice and strong like you, Pegasus Mom. Oh my god. That's so cool. So is there a reason to do this other than to just identify which ones are necessary, like which Digimon you use them with? For fires a courage burning within me that no one can extinguish. No one can extinguish. You look so silly. You look so silly. Oh, I can recruit them. Can I eat them? Wait, can I recruit them and then just eat them? Is that a thing I can do? Let's see. Okay. Mission successful-ish. Why am I moving so slowly? Because I'm not on my map. Oops. Oh. There we go. Wait. You're not who I need to be riding. Wait. What am I doing? Are you as fast? I feel kind of bad. You do not actually look large enough to ride. You know,
It is very funny though that when I'm writing you, I just like can't see myself. I'm just like invisible. You look so cool. I love how you have candy canes. Alright. I am ready to board. Okay, we're going to the Guardian Palace, I guess.
That's Junomon's temple! Talk about bright.
So that's where the Digimon who watches over the gate is. Do you think Junomon will let us go back to our world?
You know, I completely forgot about figuring out who Juno is. Juno's someone, I just don't remember who they are. Let's see. I'll make sure you get back to your dad.
Thank you for saying that, Agent.
We'll be there soon. There should be someone there waiting for us.
Can you hear what people are saying inside your body? Are your ears on the outside? Can you hear, like, if someone's in, like, the third cart, can you hear them? Or can you not hear them? Because it would be like if someone was in your intestinal tract and they were talking, you wouldn't be able to hear them.
I'm glad you all made it.
We've been hearing stories about your wins out there. You sure are something else. Even Junomon can't wait to meet you. Especially you.
Especially you.
You guys are getting ahead of yourselves. Reel it in, would you?
Oops. Sorry about that, Minerva.
Yeah, our bad.
Come on, let's go. Junomon's waiting for us up ahead.
Interesting. Oh, is Juno the Oracle of Delphi? Which one is I need to figure out who Juno is. Juno. Nope, that's a film. Oh, Juno's Hera. Okay, gotcha. Juno's Hera. Look, there's plenty of gods that look like Hera. So you're just an angel, right? Ange woman. Such a funny. It's so fun. Wait! No! What was the button? Somebody left. There we go. Talk to Zudomon. Look at this. Oh, baby. Let's go talk to Andromon. We'll actually be able to get both now. So this is going to be a 25% boost to our int and spirit for basically everybody, I think. I think everyone's astute at this point. So we're going to be... Blipmon's in serious condition. Are they alright? Okay. Okay, bye. Loader Leomon. Okay, so what you're telling me is that this guy's gonna attack me. So is this a time-based Digitoid zone? Okay, hope you find him. Oh, this is a different person. Wait. This is a different quest that I needed to do. Oh, you look so cool! Oh, so cool.
Ready to launch.
Phrasing.
Go!
Anyone who interrupts my drilling gets drilled. Look.
Holy shot!
Okay, so I imagine this is gonna go fine. Okay. The funny thing is that this should just end the fight because we've now put them to sleep. He did say what he said, that's true. Nope, that's not enough. That's unfortunate.
Here goes. Starbeam blow!
I overestimated how much damage I would do. You are so weak, friend. I feel like I should have done this quest before I fought that boss.
Yeah!
I was going to! Everybody here is just attacking me on sight. I mean, look, they come by it honestly, right? The leader of this whole organization just attacked me and went completely nuts on me for no reason. Okay, so we need to find some sort of ore. So I guess I'm just gonna. It's fine. You don't need to tell me like what I actually need. You can just like be vague about it or whatever. Wait, where? Obtain a large amount of metal. Okay. Wait, where's this? This is a solar mod. This is a totally different location. Okay, no, we will do this first, because the other two, I think... Oh, wait. Did we need to do... So these two quests are one quest, basically? Was that... okay. So we just got two separate sets of anomaly points off of that? I have... oh my god, I have 200 points held now. Alright, let's... oh, I can't grab this. I need both sides. Okay, so I guess it's fine. We tag this. We tag this. And we tag this. There we go. Let's see. Oh, is it also required for the hammer repair thing? That's very funny. Okay, give me a second. We'll go to side. We'll talk to Zudomon first, I guess. It's like, fight one leopard, get 600 anomaly points. We're gonna be basically maxed out pretty soon. This has to have originally been like more thingers, right? Is this actually done? It's not done yet. Okay, let's go to the other one. I wonder where I get this actually. Whatever. Talk to. Just have to talk to the same person again, maybe. Probably they had originally intended for there to be a mine area, and then they dropped the mine area for whatever reason, and so all of the side quests that were associated with it just got moved to talk to this random NPC. That would be my assumption. I should have been paying more attention. Master Bearmon. Also, it's very rude that this is the second time that we've called a Solarmon a Hagurumon. Like, at this point, it's problematic, okay? At this point, like, our character, who has just learned about the existence of Hagurumons, like, a second ago, is, like, calling every Solarmon they see a Hagurumon. But that's the thing. Our protagonist doesn't have any real context for them. Like, so like, it's weird that they consistently confuse the Solarmons for Hagurumons, but not the reverse, right? Like, that's actually a bit weird. That's not like that's not an intrinsically obvious thing, because it's not like they were hanging out with a Hagurumon like a bunch, and we're like saying that word a shit ton of times. It's, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, so why is it that you're only confusing this in one direction, you know? Whoops. But they're not rare from the purpose of the protagonist. Like, the protagonist has only seen, like, what, like 6 or 7 Hagurumons, and they didn't ask all of them what their name are, right? Like, it's not like they know their names. How am I supposed to do?
Yikes!
I'm looking at the map and realizing that I have no idea. See, it's funny, we never actually saw that attack while we were here. Because we saw Solarmon almost immediately, right? Like, we saw Solarmon when we were first puttering around here. Where the hell? Is it downstairs? Upstairs? Where? I guess it must be upstairs. Okay. This was probably the wrong way to go. I should have used the other elevator. That's a big bee over there. That do be pretty big. Oh, right, I can just mount up and then I don't have to worry about this. As long as I'm mounted, they can't actually get the first strike.
Here I go. Let's kill Inferno.
Okay, wait a second.
There!
We do still have to fight you. You got a lot of HP, holy shit.
Let's kill Inferno. Ice Blast.
So it's like specifically using a certain attack. It doesn't really matter that much because we don't have high enough stats to instigate.
Do it!
Holy shot.
Preparations complete.
What? Wait, what just happened? Oh. You got your thing back. It's like, wait, what on earth just happened? Yeah, we absolutely just needed to get to the top, didn't we?
There! Ready to launch.
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
Holy shot.
Holy shit!
Let's kill Inferno. Ice Blast.
That
We are gonna attack you,
Ready
just because
to
you're
launch.
big.
Holy shot.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
That makes sense. Is there a reason why when I attack, it will... Oh, is the... It's the AoE preference that's periodically making it so that when I do a normal attack, it'll, hit with something that they're weak against? Because, like, when I press R2, sometimes it'll pull an attack that actually is dealing, like, pretty heavily resistant damage.
Here I go. Let's kill Inferno.
Which is also strange because when you press R2, it's pulling from all 6 of your Digimon. You'd think that there would be a better option. But if it's prioritizing AoE, I have only, like, one character with any AoEs. So, it would make sense. I should probably put some sort of AoE on...
Can't be. Ready to go.
I guess I could have attacked you.
Holy shot. Let's kill Inferno.
Is there a way for me to look at my personality skill? There it is. Okay. I think magic theft might just be the thing that I want on everybody, honestly. This is so insane. Did I get this when I went to Astute?
Wow.
Let's see. Wait, did I go? To the wrong floor? Where are you?
That one. Ready to go.
Holy shit! You know, I think that you're gonna do pretty good. I think you're gonna be fine. Wow, I really did not choose my targets well there. But yeah, Demi Ravenmon is very well set up to be a hard carry right now. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I guess that's there, maybe? Bonk.
Ready to launch.
Well, the other two also had weak damage types against the target, so they were both things that everybody would be weak against except for them. But the other characters might have been able to actually deal damage with the elemental type.
Here goes.
Because they were both fire type.
Heck yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Data feels like an underutilized type. From my recollection... Wait, do I need to talk to you and then go grab the thing on the ground? Gotcha. Well, it also does make sense, right? Because in the context of a video game where you're fighting, you're on a fundamental level, like you're dealing with viruses and vaccines, right? Like you're dealing with attackers and people that are like meant to protect against those attacks, right? Like the vaccines exist to defend the data. The data is not a combat role intrinsically, right? So on plume-shaped wrapper, gotcha.
That one. Ready to go.
So it would make sense that most Digimon are data type, but most combat that you're doing in the game is, like in a video game, is between vaccine and viruses, right? Ooh, we got a nice replica quill. Exciting stuff. Very exciting. Okay, we got the one. So we have 45 more. We're not quite... Do
Do I want to take the boost for defense first? I think I maybe want the defense boost first. Is there anything else that I care about? I actually really like this. This could be very valuable. You know what? I'll actually do this. Because this is... We currently have... Digimon just... Yep. So basically, this will allow us to speed that up. Let's see. Yeah, I am curious about that. I think that part of that is probably like sort of like the psychology of the way that people think about like the difference between making a video game and making other forms of media is one that impacts the kind of spread that you're gonna see, right? Like if you think about, as an example, like if you think about I just realized that I've come to the wrong place, but it's fine. There's an exit directly from where I was. The Pokemon anime versus the video games, Chansey is like all over the anime, and it's like a 0.5% chance to find it in the Safari Zone, right? Like it's like this extremely rare thing in the game, right? Jigglypuff, like all these things that are very, very rare are just all over the anime, right? Pikachu, very, very rare, right? There's like a dynamic there where the things that they are shooting for are just kind of different, right? Like, because you have like the combat simulator versus the thinger, and I do feel like sort of like intrinsic to the dynamic is that the vaccines and the viruses are the combatants, and the data types are just vibing. And so, like, I feel like that's part of it. Let's see. Yeah, I was mostly referring to it in terms of screen time. But yeah, Pikachu is a Pokemon that you're very unlikely to run into, because you're gonna see it at the very beginning of the game, maybe, and it's a level 2 rat when you've had enough time that you're very likely gonna one-shot it. Like, if you the first time you see a Pikachu, you're probably just gonna kill it. Not deliberately, but you're probably just gonna kill it. And then you're not gonna see another one for the rest of the game. Now, you can farm the Pikachu, but like if you don't know it's there, there's probably like a, I don't know, 15% chance that you're going to find one, right? Maybe 20. And the whatchamacallit?
I don't know. I broke my brain. Something. Oh yeah, I was doing math. So like, there's a fairly small chance that you're gonna find it in the first place if you know that it's there, and even if you know that it's there because you saw it the one time, how likely are you to like grind for it once you kill the first one because you tackle it and it dies instantly because it's level like 3 or 5, I think. And you're level 10 at this point because that's how long it takes to run into a fucking Pikachu in that forest. You know what I mean? Like Pikachu is in theory fairly useful, right? Like, it gets a lightning attack, which you don't have access to for a very long amount of playtime, and there is a water gym that's like pretty early. Like, is Misty like the second gym or the third gym? So like you have someone that it would be useful for. The issue is that grass types are so incredibly common that electric type just isn't really that useful outside of blowing up birds, that you don't really have that much, that aren't that threatening generally. Like, but Phoebus isn't bad. Phoebus is like a Magikarp, right? It's like a Magikarp. Oh, is that true? I don't... Nah, the way you obtain Phoebus is perfectly reasonable, okay? It's perfectly reasonable. You go and find a random cave, and you look at... and you fish on every single tile in the cave 3 or 4 times. It makes perfect sense. It's totally reasonable. No problem whatsoever. I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't think it changes every time you go there. It changes every day, right? In the version that I played, it changed every day. So every 24 hours, it would change which spot it's at. I mean, you're only going there once, right? So it doesn't really matter that much, but, like, yeah, it's... Yeah, I played the later version of it. And it might have even been a modded game, I don't even know. I don't think it was. I don't know which version I was playing. When I was dealing with the Feebas mechanic. Maybe it was a mod. It might have been a mod. I don't remember. Let's see here. I felt like it was like a normal game that was just in one of the later generations, like the Fire Red or whatever. This is all normal. This is all normal stuff. Look, the internet was on top of this shit before Gen 3, okay? Like, let's be clear here. The internet could tell you everything you needed to know in Gen 1. Certainly by the time I played Gen 1. Which I think was way later than Gen 1 came out. Well, you know, that sounds like a skill issue. That sounds like a skill issue. It's not a skill issue. Just go to the library. The library has the internet. Go to the library and print out your guide on how to obtain Mew from the van that is left behind after when you don't. What is it, like you have to get back to the SSN area after the SSN leaves, or there's some
madness. No, the worst Pokemon to ever obtain is Mew. Mew is objectively the worst. If you want to complete your Gen 1 Pokemon save, the only way you can do it is by catching Missing Number. There's no way to do it, because there's no events that are in play, and if you didn't live in a region where they did events, then it was impossible to get Mew. Mew is some bullshit. It top tier. There is absolutely no question that Mew is the worst Pokemon in terms of catching, like, in terms of how you're supposed to catch it. You could not, if you did not live in a place where Nintendo had a physical presence, you could not get get it without Missing Number. Missing Number was how you did it, because you would just... It just requires another glitch. The other glitch is also Missing Number, okay? When was the other glitch discovered? Wait, have we finished all the missions now? Or are we supposed to actually go talk to Juno now? Oh, I guess I'm supposed to actually go talk to people now. I guess I could continue the plot. Let's see. Yeah, you just have to get Mew out of the truck. See, the thing is that if Pokemon had come out earlier, or sorry, if Pokemon had come out later, people would have had the Excalibur 2 to play with, so they could be like, oh, you have to do the Mew thing, but you have to do it really fast. Like, you have to do the SSN thing, but then in addition, because the problem of it was that it was very easy to falsify, right? Like, people would do this thing and then they're like, oh, okay, so this isn't real, this is fake. But if you instead say, oh, you have to do this thing, and then you give a time frame that you can't do it in. You can't do it in. It's like, okay, it sounds reasonable, like, okay, you have to do it, but you have to do it within 27 minutes, and it just takes 40 minutes to do it. And it's like, okay, well, if I can get my efficiency down, I can pull that down but you're never going to do it, right? And maybe one or two people manages to do that, but they're not going to be able to share the fact that it's a good bit. It's a good bit. Oh, I recognize this place. This place is in the, like, the main menu or something, I think. Oh, you're not trying to kill me this time? Imagine that. You look so much bigger in this one than they were in the previous one. I always like trying to fill out my Pokedex. The problem is that Pokemon doesn't want you to fill out your Pokedex. What the fuck?
So this is the Great Guardian. Well met, Aegyeomon. You have done well to return to this world. So too has Minervamon informed me.
You were not kidding.
Surely they are but a mere glimpse of the Great Guardian's true capabilities. A fortuitous day indeed.
Huh? What's all this Guardian stuff
about? This character legitimately doesn't look like anything other than a character from a hentai. Right, like this...
You said you saw the egg when you first opened your eyes. I mean, I've seen your mind-blowing power myself.
Mind-blowing power?
You're the Great Guardian born from the egg.
Really?
Here and now, I officially acknowledge you as the Great Guardian. Now then, Great Guardian Aegyeomon, allow me to proceed directly to the main topic at hand. Listen well, for I shall regale you with the legend of the hero, Chronomon. I exist as custodian of this tale.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
The Great Guardian toward its noble cause upon advent into this world.
That's so true, Astro Kitty. I totally believe this.
Iliad was once safeguarded by two beings of absolute power. The wise warden Homeros, overseer of law and order, and the great guardian Chronomon, protector of Iliad's inhabitants. The presence of these two beings allowed for an extended...
I was with you there for a second.
Yet one day, the wicked forces of the Titans conspired to take over Iliad, launching an assault on our domain. In order to protect our people, Chronomon engaged the Titans on the field of battle. After a fierce and terrible conflict, the Titan forces were routed, driven back into the very depths.
Wait, but Kronos is a Titan.
But Chronomon suffered wounds most fatal.
Wait.
Surrounded by the grieving populace, Chronomon made a declaration with his last.
Shouldn't Chronomon be the leader of the
that
Titans?
his will would pass onto another guardian when the peace of Iliad was once again threatened by evil.
Wait.
Chronomon then perished, leaving behind a single egg. That egg would come to be enshrined at the seat of the wise warden Homeros in a temple symbolizing the peace of Iliad. Thus would the people of Iliad await the eventual revival of the Great Guardian.
I don't know about pure
The
good.
care of the legendary egg was unerring, undeviating.
I mean, Juno's just Hera, right? Hera's definitely not good.
Into every corner of our digital world, Iliad. We must protect the world from them, O Great Guardian. For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born. For you are the successor to Chronomon.
All this Chronomon and Great Guardian stuff, no matter how you explain it, I just don't get it.
Okay, so Chronomon is her dad, and...
Allow me to turn the topic to you humans. I am told you wish to return to your original world.
And he ate her at one point,
yes,
but then she got better after...
loath to inform you that
after her mom fed a rock. It gave him indigestion.
With the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly be affected. In the past, the conflict of Digimon has brought harm to the world of men. Events of 3 years past forced more stringent limits upon the gate's operation. 3 years past.
This is a wild interpretation of
You wish to
Hera.
open the gate, you must aid in the efforts of the Great Guardian, your Aegeomon. Once peace has been restored to this digital world and the people of Iliad, I should be able to open the gate.
I'd be sticking with him no matter what. After all, that's what we promised back on that starry night in Shinjuku. Besides, there's something in this world I need to find out.
I am going to do an analysis of this character's design, by the
Now
way,
then,
once we get out of
O
this
Great
cutscene.
Guardian, I implore you to head for the Abyss area at once. We have confirmed Titan forces have invaded the area. I beseech you to return the calm to our seas. I want you to go and see for yourselves. See just how dire our need for the Great Guardian has become. Would you indulge me thus, Aegeomon?
Yeah, I can indulge, I think.
What does the Pope thing come in? Is that
home
just because she has a fancy hat?
I leave it to you, Great Guardian Aegeomon. And
Because the
you as
Pope isn't a
well,
god.
children of
She's a god.
You may ride Locomon to the Abyss area. Now please proceed to the station.
10 anomaly points. Also, why is she called an oracle? She's not an oracle. She's a god. Wait. Let's see. Okay, we have new quests we can do. I'm gonna do this one more time and then we'll do the thing. Wait, she's not one of the Olympians? How is she not? She's literally Juno. Minervamon is called a deity. She's a deity. But Juno is Hera, and Hera is like the top of the pantheon that Minerva is a member of. Is this a different Juno? It depends on what the spoiler is about. Like, I don't... So, in terms of, is Juno supposed to be based off of Juno? No, the people who decide who is and is not a god is not Yggdrasil. It's the writers. This is a god of the same pantheon that Minerva is a god of. And is specifically a higher god in that pantheon. So the question is she not one of the Olympic 12 or whatever? Is she not one of the Olympians even though she's an Olympian? Did they just call a random Digimon Junomon, but she's not actually an Olympian and she's not a god? Even though they have other gods? Again, you're misunderstanding. The narrative is fake. It was made up by a person, and they made it up with a specific reason in mind. So it is very bizarre for her to be associated with angels when she's from a completely different cultural and religious background. It would be like having Shiva as the head of the Olympian 12. You know what I mean? Like, making Shiva the head of the Olympians is the equivalent of having Juno as the head of the angels. Did they need... I guess that maybe they needed someone to be the head of the angels, that they couldn't make it Yahweh because it would cause the Christians to do some terrorism? Like... That's the most obvious interpretation, I guess. But like, what? But Juno? That's a weird one right there. That's a weird choice. So I'm going to Google Junomon quick just to confirm that she's not. She is one of the 12. She's one of the Olympians. Okay, so she is one of the Olympians. So why... So she's a god. That's fine. Okay, we're fine. There we go. Yeah, she is one of the Olympians. She is a god. She's literally a god. She's Juno. She's a god. I hate to tell you this, but a tree doesn't get to tell you what is or is not a god. It can say that something's a god or not a god, but that's just not how language works. Juno is a god. Okay. But it's not about the plot, it's about what a god is.
Just take local. I have to.
Gods were created by humans, not Digimon. Juno is a god.
We've been verifying the information you sent. As I mentioned, we've come up with a theory. The unsolved cases Adamus has been keeping track of. We feel the majority of them
100%.
by Digimon. Urban legends, folklore, myths.
She might be weak as hell, but it doesn't change the fact that
digital world. If Dr. Yuki were alive, I have to wonder how he would view all this.
So what I think you don't understand is that I don't care about the plot. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that Juno's a god.
Realistically, believing that to be true is our only option.
Okay. Well, on the plus side, at least this time, whatever bullshit he's telling me about didn't interfere with an actual important scene. Did I go to the wrong place? Wait, am I going to the Abyss accidentally? Wait. No, right? Okay, I did go to the right place, we're fine. Let's see. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird for her to be the head of an angel hierarch, but it makes sense as long as we're clear that like she and Minerva are both gods. We're fine.
Let's see. That doesn't even make sense. She gave birth to all of the other ones. Juno gave birth to all of the others. That's not true. She gave birth to several of the others. Her husband gave birth to several of them as well. Actually, I don't know how many, if any, of the actual gods that are in this game. Is Mercury one of hers? I don't think Mercury is one of hers. Mercury is one of Aphrodite's, right? And I think Aphrodite's her sister, so actually there might not be any of the other Olympian 12 that are her direct progenitor, or her direct descendants. Way to go, Solomon. Let's see. Okay, so... Well, that's the thing, though, is that they are related because we created them. The entire digital world was created by people's brains. They are the same as, like, angels and demons in D&D. They exist because we think of them, which means that their intrinsic relationships are kind of their intrinsic relationships. They're, like, built into the thing, right? The one on the front. What do you mean if no one thinks of them as gods yet? Juno was created as a god. The only reason there's a Digimon called Juno is because someone worshipped her. I just looked at the Wikipedia and it says that she's one of the Olympians. She's Juno. I don't know what to tell you about. It's not a spoiler to know the names of Greek gods. I'm sorry, that's just not a spoiler. Well, the Olympus 12 or whatever was something that people were talking about in the previous game. The Olympus 12 is something that I'm just familiar with from the previous game in the series. I don't know what it means, other than that the Digidex has told me a bunch of Olympus 12s. Right? What does my character have to do with anything? I'm not my character. My character doesn't know anything. Now, they act like they know a bunch of things that they don't know, but, you know... The jewelry's under its butt. This is so funny. What plan? This is very cute. I'm enjoying this winged thing in the front. Also, my character does know that these people are Olympians. Okay?
Much appreciated.
I would give you pretty good odds that... Well, actually, she probably doesn't because she's a Digimon. Never mind. She doesn't know shit because she's a Digimon, but... Outside of the fact that she's a Digimon, which this is my little pet conspiracy theory, is that the whole Adamus organization makes so little sense as an organization that the only way it makes sense is if they're all Digimon and they don't realize it.
Well, the only reason that people wouldn't be familiar with the deities is if they're not familiar with the Roman names, right? Which is pretty common. Like, people don't call Juno Juno; they call Juno Hera. Like, Hera is the word that people typically use. Like, they know them as different names, so it's like not unreasonable. But like, people know that Minerva is a god. Like, that's a thing that Minerva is. It's like Minerva's Minerva. Who is Minerva? I don't remember. Doesn't matter, but I know she's a god. Let's see. Is that meat? Oh, we got meat there. That's so funny. That was cute. I've actually already taken out a Platinum Numemon, but that's fine. You know, I feel like we fought a Platinum Numemon in that room,
Great.
now that I think about it.
That one. Ready to go.
So... Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Let's see.
Much appreciated. Everyone.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. We're redoing the Titanomachy. The Titanomachy is after the first war with the Titans. We're doing the Titanomachy. Like, these people have been gods forever. This is the end of the world. This is the apocalypse. Okay? Now, I don't know why her dad is on her side, okay? I don't know why her dad's on her side. That's kind of weird. I'm unclear why Kronos got involved on the wrong side, but that's none of my business, okay? Kronos apparently decided to get on the other side, but that's fine. Am I supposed to kill a bunch of random enemies until I randomly run into a Platinum Numemon? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing here? Because that's going to be pretty rough. I don't know what you mean by some time saving. I should probably mount up. How about that for time saving? So it randomly put me in here.
That one. Ready to go.
Well, the thing that I'm confused about is, am I actually just supposed to be running into, like, a random encounter? Is that actually what the... Because I remember fighting a Platinum Numemon in here. And it just threw me in here, and it's not, like, giving me... It's not random? It's kind of rude, but sure. Should I go back and do... I'll do this after this one. Because I think the first time I came into this room, I fought a Platinum Numemon. Let's see. Is there like a preset one, maybe? This was the room that we saw it mucking around, right? If it's not just a random encounter, then I'll figure it out.
Ready to launch.
see.
Holy shot!
Well, the first time I came in here, I ran into a random encounter that involved one of those critters. It wasn't on the world map. It just was a random encounter, and it gave me one. It was the same thing that happened in the other place when I found the other type. That was quite a bit. Let's see.
I'm sorry.
How do I get down there? I'm noticing that...
Much appreciated.
Probably I just go down there, right?
You got it.
Oh, that's right.
Preparations complete.
Holy shot! Ice blast!
Well done.
Okay. So...
That one. Ready to launch.
Holy shot!
Here I go! Let's feel Inferno!
Oh my.
Rude.
There. Preparations complete.
I remember you. I feel like it was one of the first encounters that I got in here the previous time.
Great.
Let's see here. It's interesting that the other one was running away and this one is not.
Yikes!
Oh, if I'm not moving, I do not in fact get the stampede. That's unfortunate.
Here I go! Let's feel Inferno!
Holy shot! Time to shot! Ice blast!
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
That's interesting.
Everyone.
I feel like there was a red dot in the middle of this thing just now. I wonder if it was one of the ones that I already killed out there.
Wow.
We'll see.
Do it. Preparations complete.
Let's feel Inferno!
Oh my.
Let's see. Yeah, one of the things that's kind of interesting about the dynamic of these games to remember is that within this universe, Juno is a person that people worshipped.
You got it. Preparation.
Juno is a god that was worshipped by humans before Juno was a Digimon. Right? Like, the god predates the Digimon. That's why there is a Juno Digimon, is because of the god that was created by people to worship, right? As an object of worship. So, one of the interesting things about the digital world is that it's not entirely real, right? All of the narratives that these characters are running through have happened before and will happen again. These characters are bound to continuously recreate the Titanomachy till the end of time, right? There will always be... The Titans will always be fighting against the Olympians forever. It's happened 1,000 times before, it's going to happen 1,000 times in the future. There will always be these factions that are fighting each other because it is their nature to do so. It is the nature of the Titans and the nature of the Olympians to battle eternally. In a way that is very distinctly untrue for real people, right? So Digimon are simultaneously people, but they're also, in other ways, not. Because they don't have... Because they follow narrative rules that humans don't actually follow, right? The rules of how it is that they come to fight and how it is that they do different things and all that kind of stuff, they are bound by fate in a way that humans simply are not. And that doesn't take away from their sapience. It doesn't even necessarily take away from their individual free will. But it changes... Hello.
Here we go. Ready to go.
How's it going? Okay, we found you. So anyway, it changes the dynamic. So like if you think about things like demons and devils in the Dungeons and Dragons franchise, individually they are making their own decisions about the world, right? But collectively they have a nature beyond, like, that sort of forces them into certain styles of behavior and certain patterns. Demons have only the barest degree of free will, because they don't have the ability to decide to be good. They don't have that ability. They can't decide to just do good things and become good people. That's not a thing that demons can do. It's a thing that a couple of individual demons can do, but that's because it is their nature to subvert the trope. That is their function, because they don't exist as individual entities. They exist as the constructs of the minds of humans. So similarly speaking, like, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, Juno hasn't followed her hero's journey yet. Except, yeah, she has. She's probably done it 6 or 7 times. She just doesn't remember. Right? Like, the current, like, political dynamic going on in a world that resets itself periodically in order to recreate these same, like, to tell the same stories over and over and over again, which is what the digital world exists to do, is to tell the same stories that have already been told a billion times before. They have to have the mind wipe, they have to have the this, they have to have the thing. But the key is that the person's role within that system is always the same, right? Juno is destined to be a deity. Whether like there's some like nonsense, whatever criteria that they're going to use during this given plot to do the hero's journey of these particular things doesn't matter. It's already pre-written. It's pre-written what will happen to her because she is Juno. Right? There is no question within the narrative of what will happen with Juno. Juno is incapable of not being a god because she is Juno. And that's what I mean in universe. I'm not talking about exterior even. Like, I'm not even talking about, like, authorial intent. I'm saying in the game universe, there's an author. And it's humanity. Humanity is the author of what happens in the digital world. They create these narratives, and these narratives keep repeating in the digital world over and over and over again. Right? And who knows, the digital world might not have existed 50 years ago. Right? So maybe this is the first time this is happening. But what's going to happen is still kind of set in stone, because it's like, okay, it's the Titanomachy, right? Where'd you find that? Around. Okay. Oh, okay. Ooh, wait, Aura? I think Aura's an AoE. The narrative would resolve itself pretty much the same way no matter what. The player exists, but also bear in mind, I am of the theory that the player is a Digimon, which means that the player has no more agency than Juno does. The player is not human. I do not... You will not convince me that Adamas is a real secret organization. That is not a thing that you will be able to convince me of. Adamas is a Digimon organization. It's fake. It doesn't involve, like, any real... It's not a thing that exists in the real world. It's a figment of the protagonist's imagination, because she is a Digimon that exists to be the protagonist. 100%. That is 100% accurate. The game may not tell you that, but that is the only explanation for Adamas as an organization. The only explanation for this organization is that it is a Digimon. Like, there's just no other way to interpret it. I do have my 9,000 IQ. I do in fact have that. I got tested when I was a kid, and they told me 9,000. And I was like, it's not over 9,000. They're like, no, you were one shy. You were one shy of the meme. It's terrible. It's terrible. The Scouter was in fact not broken, and it's exactly 9,000. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. Yeah, so it's funny because, like, the whole Adamas thing fits into this entire the narrative structure very perfectly, because it means that everyone involved in all the shenanigans that's going on, nobody has any agency because none of them are human. The only human involved is basically a bystander who is witnessing it, which is you, whatever your name is. I should remember your name. Oh, that's funny. Is Adamas supposed to be Adam? That's gotta be it. That's it! We got it! I mean, it's not the first human like Pokemon. It's not the first human like Pokemon either, but it's not the first human like Digimon. There's plenty of Digimon that are humanish. This is humanish. Satyrs are basically humans. With extra steps. By the way, if the protagonist is actually a Digimon, I am going to laugh, but also do not tell me. Do not confirm this pet theory of mine, okay?
Let's be fully clear here that, like, for people who have actually finished the game, do not tell me if I'm right, because I want to be smug later. And even if I'm not proven right, I'm still correct, to be clear. There's no way that Adamus is a real organization. It's too crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's go to... This is the Digiline, not the Thingamabobber. Why do they have phones that allow them to communicate between planes and temporal realities? Yeah. Okay, so we need to find Coronamon, which is down this way. You can do it. Oh, wait. Wait. Can I go there? I can't go to the cosmic area, kid. It's got a crazy climate, scorching heat and bitter cold. I only just got fixed up, so I'm not kitted out for a trip to the ends. GG. GG. But it's not only 7 years, it's 8 years. We're 8 years in the past. We're 8 years in the past. Cooler and a heater. Okay. I would love to go someplace legendary. This would be very funny. I'm looking forward to this. I wonder if this is going to unlock an actual, like, full-on side area. Look, but that's what I'm saying, right? That since it's 8 years, the standard phone model can only get you 7 years. You need a super crazy phone to be able to get to the 8-year. That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, so I can just buy a cooler from you or something? Now, a Nokia, that would do it. Did you just say that I need 10 million yen? Look, Nokia is the hero of every narrative that has ever been. Oh, Jesus Christ! It is already 1 o'clock somehow. I just got so fully distracted, just like thinking about like. So, I read way too many books about the like interplanar nonsense that is Dungeons and Dragons when I was younger. Like the nature of the planes and this, that, and the other stuff has way too much of an impact on the way that I think. So when I'm thinking about like it's like, okay, this is a digital space. It's informed by the myths and legends that we have. Everything I know this so intimately. Like the mechanics of how a thing like this would have to operate is something that's like very So I need 10 million yen. And I'll get 3,000 yen as a reward. There's gotta be a better way. Wait a second. Wait. Maybe if I tell them that's a crazy price, they'll. Because I did not. I wonder how low I could have gotten that to. Presumably lower than 10 grand, because the reward is 3. Okay, I think I'm gonna go until 2 today, even though we're not doing a dual thing, because I got nothing to do today except all the things that I could be doing today. So we need a heater? Wait, I thought you needed a heater and a cooler. Don't you need 2 things? It's 1 in the afternoon. But my wife's out of town, so since my wife's out of town, I don't have anything to do on my weekend. So I'm just. I mean, I do. I have some house cleaning projects and stuff like that, but it's not like I'm gonna like. It's not like I'm gonna spend the next 12 hours of my day before I go to sleep, like doing housework. I'm not doing that much housework in a day. So I have the ability to go until 2, no problem. I do in fact live in the future compared to most people. I think pretty much you have to be in like Japan or the Philippines or Australia in order to be ahead of me in time zones. There's not really a lot of time zones that are ahead of me. I'm not close to the international date line, but in between me and the international date line is mostly just ocean. And I think Indonesia is in the same time zone that I am, though maybe it depends. I don't know if all parts of Indonesia are in the same time zone or not. I don't actually know. Because Indonesia goes pretty far to the east. Does this mean that I can't? But I wanted to go to the place. What is this nonsense? Okay, so are we... I don't think we need these things. I wonder how crazy the requirements get for later Digimon. Oh, that's pretty rough. Yeah, coughing is a nightmare. Like, having to, like, as a symptom, if your cough is bad enough that it doesn't get suppressed by, like, sleeping, it's so rough. That's a really rough one. I guess we should probably take this at some point. We could do this if we wanted. I don't think it's that valuable. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Even then, like, it's like, okay, you wake up in the middle of the night because you got to go to the bathroom, and then you spend the next 2 hours coughing, right? It's so rough. Like, I don't remember coughing sucking this bad when I was a kid. What happened? What happened? Oh, right, I actually started sleeping at regular intervals, so it made a difference. I guess that checks out. Okay, I need to think about what I'm gonna do now. I don't actually... I guess I'll focus on getting the attack boost, and then we'll move on. Getting old. It just sucks so bad. It's so shitty. The only thing worse than getting old is the alternative. That's the only thing worse than getting old is the alternative. Yeah, I regularly wake up at, 3 o'clock. Like, yesterday I woke up at, 3 o'clock. Is it the same time zone as the Philippines? Time zones are kind of weird. But yeah, the Philippines I don't think is that far to the east of me. I feel like time zones tend to be fairly narrow.
Oh, I really am this great guardian.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I would assume I'm in the same time zone as Western Indonesia, but I don't know if I'm in the same time zone as all of Indonesia.
Yeah. I mean, it threw me for a loop at first. It's not like I hate the idea. I always had to hide myself in the human world. I even scared my friends.
Oh yeah, about that.
I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. The people in this world need me.
Okay. How much do we want to bet that during this conversation, where the fact that that kid came because he wanted to apologize is extremely relevant, we still don't tell him. We still don't tell him. Oh, interesting. Yeah, time zones are very weird in this area because, you have weird shit. Like, China has only one time zone, I believe. Like, they don't acknowledge that they should have multiple time zones. So it's the entire time. I think the entirety of China is basically based off of Beijing. So the time zones here are crazy. But part of the reason that the time zones here are crazy is that every country defines what time zone it wants to be in, and there's a lot of countries per vertical slice, if that makes any sense. There's a ton of countries in each vertical slice. Which is also, I guess, true if you're looking at, Europe, because if you look at Europe's directly on top of Africa. There's a lot of countries in Africa. But those countries are also more... They were all part of, the same colonial blocks and things like that, right? So, I don't know what the time zones look like, in Africa and Europe, and how, contiguous it looks. But Asia's in an interesting position.
I'm sorry life in the human world was so hard for you.
Oh, so how much do we want to bet this kid does not get told that the other kid came by to apologize?
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to say that. Anyway, the gate to the human world won't open until this world is at peace again.
We're not telling him.
Right?
Yeah, that's...
I should not have skipped that.
Once all this is over, and the gate opens up...
Will you replace my brother for me, please?
No, never mind. Sorry, forget
The random octopus with a sword in the background just going crazy.
Let's head for that ocean site.
Okay, we are not going to continue training you because... Wait, where is the thing? You know what? That's so cute. You have a hat on your eye. Let's see. Wait, all of Indonesia is that's rough. Because Indonesia is really, like, wide. It's very, like, there's a lot of west. Let's see. Well, I mean, that's not a modern thing. That's the silent protagonist thing, which is like that's as old as time, you know? Like I do think that the best silent protagonist is Mario from Mario RPG. Like Mario from Mario RPG does the trope perfectly, in my opinion. But did I misread that? Oh, between me and the... Okay, sorry, I misread that. Is Russia that... I guess it is. Like, the northeast of Asia gets all the way to... Like, it gets practically to the Americas, right? Like, Kamchatka and America are like... I can see Russia from my window distance. I don't think you can actually see Russia from Sarah Palin's window. I don't think that was ever true. Okay, we're going to the Velvet Room because I just want to get that done. Let's see. Yeah, because I felt like it was a fairly unique property of, like, China, that it decided that it needed to make everything one time zone, even though that's crazy. It's like the specific authoritarianism that is unique to China that they did that, I think. Like, not... like, I say, maybe I could see a world where some other authoritarian regime did something similar. It just hasn't, to my knowledge, happened. Like, Russia has multiple time zones, right? They're also authoritarian. They're very similar in a lot of ways, though they're also very dissimilar in a lot of ways. Like, they do have significant difference. That is crazy. Oh no, it's just because you doubled it. No, it didn't. It's not because you doubled it. Attacking deals magic damage. It's a lot. That's a lot. Wait, physical attacks though. What's this? This isn't amazing for me, but I'll take it. But if that doesn't. Oh, you know what it probably did? It doubled the pre-value. So I'm getting I got 200 something of the base value is what it is? That's what it is. Okay. Because I'm like, well, but it doesn't make sense for it to be actually looking at the older value. And it wasn't looking at the actual older value, it was looking at the modified value before training. Because now that it's changed its personality, it doubled the previous value. So it used to have somewhere around 300 to 400. Now it has almost 800 as a baseline, but that wasn't what it went in there with, right? It went in there with a different amount. So it's just a confusing element of okay, when is each component of this coming into play, you know? So, you are now astute. You actually have kind of crazy stats. Your stats are so generic, but all of them are over 1,000 now. What do I want to boost for you next? Wait, heart and companionship? Aren't heart and companionship opposites? No. Affection and companionships are opposites.
Gotcha. I think... Maybe we do this. I'll just pop you on a treadmill for now. There we go. Whew. What's that? Download shop. Ooh, I can go to the door of truth. They won't let me through that door. I tell you what. Wait. I forgot to go check the person who was also training. Yeah, it would be kind of nice to be able to access it from my phone. That would be convenient. Let's see here. So you're the one who just was doing everything. Okay, so you have... What are you training, anyway? Okay, we're looking for your... what personality? Okay, you're currently overprotective. So, what are you training? I think you're training something that is going to pull you in the wrong direction. We're not going to do quick training, but we do need to, unfortunately, in about 7 minutes, come back to you to get you back in the right direction. Spherical model. No? Okay, have we now done all of the side quests? This is agent, not mission. What is mission? What does mission look like? It looks like an egg. Okay. Okay, let's continue on with the plot for a bit. We're going to go until 2. I don't think I'm going to go later than 2, even though I could do whatever the hell I want, but I don't think I'm going to, because what did I have for breakfast today? I think I ate something. I think I was going to eat noodles and then didn't, so I don't know what I did. I don't know what I ended up doing. I mean, I do need a lot of time for the housework. I have fallen behind on housework. I have a lot of shit that needs to get done, you know? Like, you have projects, right? So it's like, I have to, like, tear apart the living room and move all the furniture around, and, like, you know, I've just got a bunch of stuff that I need to get done that I've just fallen behind on, where it's like, you know, the basic maintenance is, like, kind of in an okay place, but the basic maintenance would be a lot easier if I fixed the underlying problems, and I should do that now because I can. Do I want to just not go this way? I think I'm just going to not go toward where the plot tells me to go. When you gaze into the abyss stares back at you. That's a good question. Where are they coming from? One thing that I think is actually very interesting is the fact that, so, like, Kronos is named after the Titan, right? But Kronos as, like, there being, like, a time god is not... The word Kronos means time now, right? So, like, the fact that, like, the Digimon is named Kronos does not imply that it's actually supposed to be the Titan Kronos. So there's an interesting dynamic there where you do have an interesting element of like, wait, why are you on your dad's side, and why is your dad not on the Titan side of the Titanomachy? Is like,
Ready to go.
like, did Gaia's flip? Like, what? Like, is Gaia's position going to be like the reverse of like? Because I think Gaia sided with the gods, right? Gaia is everyone's mom, right? I think Gaia's got to be everybody's mom, right? So, like, see, I need to play more Hades is the thing. I need to finish, you know, my playthrough of the first Hades, and then play some Hades 2, so that I can refresh my memory on the relationships between everyone. Because like, Chaos gave birth to Nyx and who? Because I think Kronos is like several steps removed from the top of the list. I think the top of the list is Chaos, and then Chaos begets Nyx, and who else? Wait, does Chaos only beget Nyx? No, I think there's two. I think there's a duality there. I think there's Nyx and something else. But I don't know what it would be. Maybe it's light of some sort? It's like Nyx, which represents the night. And then someone else who represents light or something? I don't. It's like you've got like a darkness embodiment and a Thanger embodiment. But the thing that's funny is that like none of them are like politically relevant until you get like many steps down in the process. You have to get pretty far into the process before any of them start doing shit politically. Like, it's not until you get to the Titans that people start doing shit. Nyx is darkness, yes, not night. It's not night, it's darkness. But I think there's another one, right? Like, I think Chaos has multiple children. I think that Chaos is not just given... I don't think Nyx is Chaos's only child. Is Nyx an only child? I can swim?!
Here we go. Ready to launch.
Holy shot! Anyway, so it is interesting. I like the dynamic of seeing Kronos on the other side, because the Kronos that you have is not actually based off of Kronos. It's based off of... Because nobody's ever heard of fucking Kronos, right? What is Erebus? Like, I don't remember Erebus at all, because like Erebus doesn't show up in Hades. And ain't none of these people ever did anything.
Much appreciated. Everyone.
Really? How would death predate? That doesn't sound right.
Here we go.
Oh, I can't actually attack.
Complete.
Here I go. Let's kill Inferno.
But how you couldn't have love before you have Tartarus is death, but Eros doesn't make any sense. How would you have love before you have Earth, right? Like Gaia is the planet. We're gonna do some deep dive into some crazy.
Much appreciated, everyone.
But wouldn't Gaia be on the same tier as Kronos? second. Chaos, Greek mythology. Okay, so. I love how it's from Aristophanes' comedy Birds. First there was Chaos, Night, Erebus, Tartarus. So, does that imply that Chaos doesn't predate Night? Or are you just, like, skipping over the part where Chaos gives birth to Night, Erebus, and Tartarus? So Eros is Nyx and Erebus's kid. But this, I don't know. I don't know how much. Okay, so in theogony, chaos is the first thing to exist. So you have chaos. And then chaos births Gaia, Tartarus, and Eros. But that's weird because Eros is also used to describe Eros' son. So which Eros is this? So in the earliest account, he's primordial. So we can presume Eros is primordial, which I think makes sense, because Eros represents the sexing that the other gods will now that the Titans will now have. So Gaia is actually what? Are you a Titan, or are you a pre-Titan? Gaia conceived the Titans. So who is Kronos' spouse? Okay, we are slightly off topic. We are very slightly off topic, but I think that it's interesting. So that's an attack attachment too. Did I need to be over here for some reason? That looks shiny. That's very cool. I think I would love that, but I can't access my phone right now because it's not waterproof. Just take me somewhere. Take me so far. We should probably define far. You know what? You know what? I should bring you into my party. Just for that. Okay, should I, like, actually proceed with the plot rather than, like, wander around here in the places that I'm going to need to come to for the plot anyway? I guess I should probably do that, right? That is probably reasonable. Did I finish the... Wait, did I finish the thing? Talk to you. Okay. We're popping over to you. Let's finish our training. And then we can set you to go somewhere. your training's complete. That is such a huge boost. Okay, you've now moved to Reckless. I don't want Steadfast Might, I don't think. So we'll just ignore that for now, and then we will set you to train. And your personality is over in Reckless, so we'll just give you a classroom to move you back to Sly. And we'll just be going back and forth between these two until I feel like moving on. Okay, you've boosted your speed. Your personality shifted toward amicability, but didn't change. So, with that being the case, I feel fairly comfortable moving you to strategic and back. Sorry, I'm just looking at your stats and smiling. Okay, let's let's do speed. So we can just do this. Who was Cronus married to? I need to find this out. We need to find Cronus. Wait, why was Cronus the leader of the Titans if he's the youngest? Oh, right! He overthrew his father, and was he then screwing his mother? No, his consort was Rhea. Which one's Rhea? Okay, so Rhea is Hera's mother. What is your whole deal? What do you do? Are you a ground deity? Wait, what is your deal? That's so funny. Rhea has no strong local cult or identifiable activity under her control. Wow, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. To be like the person who births all of the gods. To be the one who births all of the, not all the gods, but all the gods are your descendants. To be the person who you get the gods from, and to not have what's the word I'm looking for? Portfolio. She doesn't even have a portfolio? That's rough. No wonder I never remember her. God damn, she gets done dirty. Oh, that is a cool design. Establishing
This is the
shop.
Ocean Village.
We haven't suffered any damage from the Titans yet, from the looks of things.
This is the village?
We should go learn more about what's going on.
Ooh, you look very cool. Hey, buddy. Sharjan. Sorry, I'm trying to. So this is definitely, you're definitely Japanese coded then, I guess. I mean, you're literally a ninja. Oh no. So we're doing like a. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. So this gives us the ability to create more diversified builds, which is technically valuable because if the attachment stats are factored in, having 200 total instead of 150 total is actually quite valuable for whatchamacallit, for Digivolution purposes.
Hello? Anybody here? Is it locked? Maybe no one's home.
The other
Ooh.
villagers are worried. They want to know what you're doing holed up at home all the time.
That's not... That's not why they sent us here, but okay.
An injury so bad you can't leave the house? Are you okay? Did anyone take a look at it? I believe her. I don't think this Digimon is lying.
Yeah? I mean, why would we... Honestly, why would we care? Like, this is one of those things where it's like, if she says that she needs medicine, then we just go get her the medicine. And maybe she's lying about... But this is like a terrible... This is a terrible lie to say. Oh... It's not like, oh, I just need bed rest, go away. It's like, oh, I'm injured and I don't have the medicine I need. It's like, oh, well, we can fix that for you, actually. So, like, why are we even talking about whether she's lying? Because if she is lying, it's a terrible lie and it'll be falsified when we come back with the medicine, right? Like...
If it's medicine you need, we'll bring it to you. Where can we get some?
See. I wonder. Let's see. Well, Lucimon is based off of Lucifer, who is the Lightbringer, right? and then you know, and then look. Lucifer was the greatest and most kind and most beautiful of all angels until he went sicko mode with it, right? I don't actually know which... I don't remember enough of the god deity things for me to know which one. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably the centaur. So far, I think my favorite god is probably... God, what was it called? Oh, was it not based off of a god? Maybe it wasn't based off of a god. For some reason, I thought that it was based off of a god. I'm trying to think about what centaur god it would be based off of. Look, I like the more bestial creatures. In general, like I have a strong preference for the ones that are less humanoid. Let's see. Well, it's called like Kentorosmon, right? So it would presumably be, or whatever. Like it's presumably a centaur, right? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. I don't even remember. We got elite amount of damage right there.
I don't know. I would have to see the gods again. We'll see. I feel like a lot of them looked really cool. I liked Poseidon. The Poseidon was pretty cool, but I wouldn't say that it was like my favorite. It's a solid design. You know what? You know what my favorite god is, actually? The river god. The one that we have on screen right now. Oh, yes, I think that was actually mentioned during the playthrough as well, right? That it's supposed to be Sleipnir? Yes, okay. That checks out. That checks out. And it has, like, does it have, like, 6 legs as well? Because Sleipnir has, like, 6 legs, right? Like, Sleipnir is Odin's mount, I believe? Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like, isn't it supposed to be like a god? Look, let's be clear here. What hasn't fucked Loki? Okay, like, who amongst us has not had sex with Loki?
Everyone.
That's my question to you. Whomst amongst us would even try to claim that they have not had sex with Loki? It can't be done. Everyone's had sex with Loki.
Here we go.
Everyone has low-key had sex with Loki.
Here I go. Let's do Inferno. You're right. Holy shot.
I'm the side splash.
Look, you know, I wonder... Look, I will say, I do wonder, because we know that Odin pulls the same shit Loki does when it comes to, like, just having sex with random people. So, there is the question, there is a legitimate question there of...
Preparations complete.
How many of the things that they claim Loki had sex with were actually Odin? You know what I mean? Like, there's a question there, right? Like, Odin also had sex with a lot of people. Like, he would just randomly show up in people's houses and have sex with them, disguised as their whatchamacallit, as their husbands. Like, I don't know, man. I think that might actually have just been Odin who did that. Hashtag Loki never did anything wrong. That's way too long for a hashtag, but whatever.
Shelmon, can you hear me? We brought the ingredients.
All of the shit that they blame Loki for was actually just done by Odin.
Let's just leave it here.
I'm sorry.
Everyone.
Look, Loki's based. What can I say? Loki was the original furry. What is your obsession with OnlyFans models? What about any of that red OnlyFans model as opposed to, like, furry or, like, let's see, what other shenanigans can we get? Like what? It is legitimately an obsession. Let's see. I don't know that, though. I think that Loki was secretly monogamous, and every time someone said that Loki had sex with someone, it was actually Odin.
That's what I think. But OnlyFans models don't do anything for money. What are you talking about? That's not an association people have with OnlyFans models. I'm sure there's some people who do some weird shit for money, but usually they do a specific thing for money, right? And it's not like the norm. I'm not too pure. People have specializations. People have specializations. The same person is not doing all sorts of crazy shit. Look, I guarantee you a lot of people have given birth live on Twitch. It's just that they're not, you know, associated with OnlyFans, so people don't act weird about it. Look, this is unironically, like, pretty misogynistic. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the sex workers are workers. They do the things that they're paid to do, and they choose which things they are willing to be paid to do. And are there some really weird sex workers out there? Absolutely. But most of them are not that weird and doing normal things. Okay, I need to find a Kamemon. What is a Kamemon? Are there male OnlyFans models giving birth live on Twitch? Are we pretending that we're talking about? Pretending that we're talking about OnlyFans models for both? Stereotypes about OnlyFans models are definitely gendered. Oh, you can be an OnlyFans model of either gender, but the kinds of stereotypes that you're talking about are gendered stereotypes. They are definitely gendered. In the same way that anyone can be a Karen, but when people talk about Karens, they're not talking about men typically. Well, they can! Just look at Loki. Actually, no, Loki actually isn't male. Men can give birth. Men can give birth. The males, I would say, generally speaking, cannot.
Hey, you!
Generally speaking, cannot. Unless their physiology allows for it, which is a thing that happens because it's complicated. It's complicated. Physiology and biology are complicated things. Probably.
You basically have to save me at this.
Probably.
Wait, what? You're not gonna save me? You'd abandon me?
Yeah, trans men can 100% give birth, right? Like, trans men can give birth. That's a thing that they can do.
Barrett? Is this the end for little old me? Such promise.
I don't think cis men can.
I always thought I'd at least make it to Mega level.
But it's complicated. Biology gets complicated fast. But yeah, like...
I'd go out like that. Now, will you hurry up and save me already?
Probably.
A chatterbox, huh? I'm pretty sure we found Kamemon.
Yeah, terms like male and female are actually pretty vague categories. And that's, like, an important element of understanding biology, is that, like, I think the term is bimodal distribution. So you have two modes. A mode is like a regional, like, median, right? You have two modes that kind of hover around two sets of characteristics in terms of reproductive capacity that most animals have representations of. And so, you know, male and female work as terms to describe a lot of things to the degree of specificity that you need to, right? The issue is that once you start saying all males are X or all females are X, you immediately run into problems, right? Like, the plot of Jurassic Park relies on the fact that sex is more complicated than that, right? Like, the way that like reproduction works, shit's complicated, right? Like, if you look at clownfish, I think it's clownfish, right? Clownfish spontaneously swap sex, right? That is a thing that they do, and that's not like a simple organism. That's a very complicated, species, right? We're not talking about fucking bacterium. We're not talking about a plant. We're talking about complicated stuff. Humans can't spontaneously swap sexes, but who gives a shit? Sex is exclusively a biological concept. We're humans. We don't give a shit about biological context. We care about social roles. Social roles are gender, not sex. Those are completely different things. So gender is vaguely associated with sex because gender roles were created around pregnancy for the most part. Like, gender roles were created around the concept of pregnancy, but pregnancy isn't an important characteristic of humanity anymore. Like, but female and male are almost universally inappropriate terms to refer to a human as, because why the hell would you care? Like, whether you're female or male is an almost completely irrelevant characteristic to a human. Whether you're a man or a woman, that's really important. Being a man or a woman or something else, that's a very important characteristic. But being female or male is simply not. Like, it's just not. It's not important. So, like, every male human was at one point fully biologically female. During development, you are female, and then you become a male eventually. If you give the appropriate hormonal stimulus at the right time, you can convert any female into a male. That is a thing that you can do, right? But contributing the appropriate hormonal stimulus will not turn a woman into a man, or vice versa, because a woman is a gender role. It is a role that we take on in society. It is a series of expectations of us and expectations that we have of society, right? That's what a gender role is. It has nothing to do with biology, right? It is vaguely associated historically with biological sex because those roles were created for the purpose, in part, of subjugating people that can get pregnant. That's a good portion of what gender roles exist to do, is specifically subjugating people who can get pregnant. We're approaching the end of stream, so I'm not going to be continuing to move. But this is a topic that's interesting, right? So, but the sex only becomes relevant culturally if you are specifically looking to subjugate people who can get pregnant. In which case, sex is very relevant because you're literally talking about sex. You're talking about the reproductive capacities of humans. But outside of very specific, extremely far-right frameworks, ain't nobody gives a shit about sex. The sex of a human is only relevant if the function that you're looking to achieve socially is to put someone into sexual slavery. That's the only purpose under which sex is relevant, right? So, but gender is, meaningfully speaking, completely separate from sex, and this is true both in terms of like, they mean different things, right? Because sex is a set of biological bimodal characteristics that vaguely describes the averages of what like a given species looks like when it is basically providing an X or a Y chromosome, right? Because bear in mind that it's not even about pregnancy and birth, because male seahorses give birth, right? Male seahorses give birth to live young, right? And plenty of things do weird shit with regards to stuff, but they're still male and female, right? Like, male and female describes the relationship between, like, eggs and sperm, basically. And that's really all that it does. That's all it's meant to do. But men and women are different because they have different roles and expectations in societies. But we create those roles, and we can define who fits what role. There's nothing, like, immutable about any of it. Anyone can be a man or a woman at any given time in any given interaction, right? Like, that's just the way that the way that, like, socially constructed things work. Like, gender is a real thing. It's just that it's a thing we made up, right? But we have male and female to describe a sexual relationship. We don't have male and female to describe a social relationship. Male and female are not the same as man and woman. They mean very different things. They're meaningfully very distinct, right? It's the issue that you run into. And this is why, like, I'm like a hardliner of, I am very aggressively against calling people male and female. You should not be talking about males. You should be talking about men. You should not be talking about females. You should be talking about women. Because when people talk about, like, male and female and stuff like that, there are some medical contexts where your sex is relevant, but in the contexts where sex is relevant, what medications you're on that are like changing your hormonal structure matter a lot. Like, stuff like being on birth control, hugely impactful on your hormones. Anything that is impacted by whether you, like, have an XY or an XX that's all hormonal shit, right? That kind of stuff is massively impacted by the medication that you're on. So it's not like, oh, these things work well for, for males, and these work well for females, and there the two shall mix, because that's not how the hormonal mixes actually work out in reality. It's very complicated. So there are some general medical things that it matters, but if we're being honest, because of the fact that doctors don't give a shit about the female body and they exclusively look at the male body, that is not, you don't often get very useful data about, like, the distinctions between female and male anatomy when it comes to the medical sciences, because they just don't care, right? It's an enormous issue, right? But anyway, when someone says a female lion, yeah, you know what you mean when you say a female lion, but a female lion, you're describing them as female for what reason, right? You're basically describing a sexual relationship. Now, are there gender roles within lions? Yes, and we don't have distinct words for the gender roles within lions, but you do have female lions that take on the role that would be typically associated with a male lion in the pack. That's a thing that happens. That's a thing that happens in every social animal. Every social animal has gender, and they all have gender incongruity is not the right word. It's close enough for government work. Gender incongruity between the sex of the animal, where it's like, this is like, can this thing get pregnant or can it impregnate, versus the gender role that it is playing within its for lack of a better word, society, whether it's a pack, whether it's a pride, whatever it is. Gender roles, even amongst animals, do not perfectly align with what you would expect. Well, it's you have to look deep into things to actually understand them. Like, you have to, if you don't understand a thing, if you look at a thing and go, I understand that because I'm looking at it, and if I think too hard about it, I won't understand it anymore, then you didn't understand it in the first place. Understanding gender and sex and biology, these are all complicated concepts that do in fact require that you put in work to understand them. You cannot understand sex or gender by just looking at shit. You simply cannot. It is too complicated a concept to actually understand. Now, can you get by without understanding these things? Sure. Absolutely. If someone has a beard, you go, I'm going to say he, him by default, and I just won't worry about it. And if they correct me, they correct me, and then I'm done. Right? But, like, with a... But it's really just that simple, right? You just look and you go, okay, well, I'm just going to make an assumption, and then either it pans out or it doesn't, and nobody gives a shit. Like, the only reason people care as much as they do about things like misgendering is because misgendering is done deliberately and repeatedly as part of an ideological push to destroy a people. It's not an accidental, incidental thing. Often it is, but when it is, people don't care. People don't care that much if you misgender them. Well, that depends. Like, try misgendering a cis person someday, see how that goes for you. But generally speaking, someone who is, like, ambiguous in terms of presentation is not going to be miffed if they have to correct you once. You know what I mean? Well, bear in mind that the suicide rates among trans people are very high because, like, their parents will torture them if they're trans, and people don't allow people to be, like... Look, I've misgendered cis people before. It's not hard to misgender people, right? It's a thing that happens. I still remember misgendering some random cis woman in a restaurant, like, 15 years ago because, like, I was so embarrassed about it. But, like, this stuff isn't really that hard in terms of what do you need to do. It's like, okay, you just look at all the normal stuff and you say, okay, well, this looks like a dude or this looks like a chick, and if they correct you, then you just go, okay, and then you just do that. That's not normal for cis people, Mr. TJ. That's simply not. That's a very common thing for NBs. But cis people, if you misgender a cisgender person, they get upset. The same way that a trans person gets upset. Like, it's very common. Like, you tried misgendering a cis man? You call a cis man a woman? You use she, her pronouns on the average cis man? They're gonna fucking kill you. Like, let's be clear here. Like, misgendering is not a thing that was invented by trans people. You do not misgender fucking cis men. Well, everybody tries to look like the gender that they are presenting as. That's what presentation is.
That's what gender presentation is. That's what it is. You know? Well, yeah, but that's the thing, is that you're the only time that you would call a cis man a woman is when you're specifically trying to belittle them, right? And if you call them a woman and you're not trying to belittle them, they're going to get more angry than if you call them a woman and you are. Because calling them a woman as an insult fits within a category of misogynist insults that are understood within the cultural boundaries of what they're doing. If you just casually she, her, a cis man for 10 minutes, he's going to punch you. He just is. That's just what's going to happen to you. Right? What do you mean wear men's clothes? All clothes are men. Well, not all clothes are men's. All clothes are women's clothes. Not all clothes are necessarily men's clothes. And it's a problem, right? So, how many trans men do you see going around wearing dresses, Mr. TJ? When was the last time you saw a trans man in a dress? When has that happened? Name one trans dude that you've ever seen in a dress. Okay, well, let me tell you, trans men don't go around wearing dresses unless they're in drag, which is a thing that cis men do too. Right? Like, if a cis man's wearing drag, then they're wearing drag. And if a trans man's wearing drag, they're wearing drag. I think that a trans man would be less likely to wear drag. So here's my question. What makes you... Do you know what trans men are, Mr. TJ? Mr. TJ, do you know what a trans man is? I'll wait. So, they had a full beard, and they were wearing a dress. So they were in drag. This trans man had a full beard and a dress. What do you mean before they were a woman? A trans man is a man. What do you mean? So you saw a trans woman in a dress. So, they were dressed like a woman. Gotcha. Were they actually a trans woman, or were they just cis and in drag? Because that's a thing. But, so, the thing is, Mr. TJ, you do not understand what a trans man is. Because trans men don't wear dresses. Yeah, so the beard, like... But that's a woman. How am I confused? Why are you confused, Mr. TJ? I thought this was all intuitively comprehensible. No, all clothes are for women. Not all clothes are for men. I said that very specifically. Men don't get to wear women's clothes and have it just be normal. But because of the fact that men are considered the default, over time, all the clothes that were specifically associated with men's dress,
all women have been basically forced to wear for a wide variety of reasons, because of uniform reasons, because of this, that, or the other thing. In order to be able to be like a doctor and meet the uniform requirements to be a doctor, you have to wear men's clothes. So over the course of like something like 60, 80 years ago, all clothes that were specifically considered to be men's clothes have become unisex. But the same is not true for women, right? If someone's wearing a dress, they're probably a woman, or they're in drag. And if they're in drag, that's a different thing, right? Someone who's in drag is trying to be is trying to confuse gender, right? That's the whole point of wearing drag, right? Someone in drag is typically not trans. They might be trans, and doing drag, but that's a level of complexity with it that we don't need to get into, right? Drag is cross-dressing, right? Where you're specifically and deliberately wearing the clothing that is like not representative of your typical gender expression, right? And some people do drag and then eventually transition, or they do drag as an art form even though they are of the same gender. Because, like, women can be drag queens. It's just not very common. Like, drag queens are very much like a gay men phenomenon for the most part, like, culturally speaking, because of a variety of reasons. It's complicated. It gets into cultural stuff, but like women are typically not drag queens, right? And that's true for both cis and trans women, right? There's some trans women who do drag, but it's not that common. It's much more of like a gay men thing, or for that matter, a straight men thing. Like, straight men are doing drag all the fucking time, right? Like, it's a thing they do, right? Generally speaking, when straight men are doing it, it's a little bit more like when a dude bro is doing drag, it's generally more mean-spirited, if that makes any sense. But like it doesn't have to be, right? Straight men can do drag, right? But anyway, it's a whole thing. But all that being said, that is going to be it for today. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today. And I think that gender topics are very interesting. And I hope to see you again on Monday when we will be doing 2 different games. Later, folks.